I'm the largest dumbass in the world, and hello there, folks. Welcome to session. We are on session 64 now of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Trade Press here on. Wow, thank you, AK. Fucking fantastic. I am your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. AK just subbed there. They've subbed now for 32 months. 32 months on the dot they've subbed to the channel. Fucking thank you so much, AK. With me today, we've got my lovely and amazing cast. We've got everybody's favourite AI, Just Harry. We've got everybody's favourite sarcastic and sardonic person. It's rare you find it in two people. We've got Ash Howard music. We've got everybody's favourite confuser of Autumn Eladrin rulers, patron of chaos, and we've got everybody's favourite tailor. We've got Khadij Al Kubra. How to recap last session? Because I don't have any housekeeping, and well, I am going to say this. I'm going to pass it over as usual to my players, but I'm going to say, not Ash. Ash did an amazing recap last session, so we're going to pass it to somebody else. So, with no housekeeping, guys, what the frickety fuck happened last session?
Khernun got carried away in chains. Sorry.
Reverie snapped. Rightfully so. And then she made the ruler of Autumn simp for her.
Definitely did. Definitely made the ruler of Autumn simp. Not even a question. 100%. Yeah, they simping hard. They got that crush. It's just a little crush. So yeah. But on top of that, there was other things that happened, not just things about, you know, romance and all that cute nonsense.
Our resident courtier tried to talk to the King of Spring to see if we could get our favorite himbo out of trouble, and surprisingly, it did not go well, or at least not the way we hoped. Surprisingly, shockingly,
it did not indeed. So, with that, with our, as you say, the party's favourite himbo, being held captive and awaiting court-martial. What happened after that? Because there was also the talks of a celebration happening to celebrate the successful defence of Russet Falls.
We're gonna get drunk.
Yeah, Ari's gonna play some music. Oh, we got our magician back. Our magic man's back.
Kessely's did in fact teleport back. I was waiting to see. I was waiting to see if somebody would remember that. Yes, Kessely's teleported back, and he brought with him everybody's animals and steeds and all that jazz.
And we're gonna get him drunk.
Again, somehow. Oh, and apparently also he's interested in, like we caught him up, and like he's apparently quite interested in the whole Asimar thing with Arya, so they're gonna do some like genealogy, I think it is, or like statistics or something like that.
He wants to do a genealogy track. So he wants to find other people who maybe share a similar bloodline to Arya, and he wants to trace their genealogy, see if it's like all rooting back to one bloodline, or if there are multiple, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, that'll be interesting. And also, Arya got to meet one of her ancestors, Asriel, who's not quite as grandmotherly as she'd hoped, but, you know, fair. The embodiment of death is not unkind, but very neutral. So, and we found out some interesting lore, which I'm still reeling from.
Which lore in particular are you talking about?
Well, apparently the other Summer Eladrin, who is also a descendant of Raziel, was not Maltharian, as Arya had been hypothesizing. Apparently it's her father!
Hell yeah!
Who is one half the source of her trauma, so that's going to be interesting, but it was a very much needed talk with Death with Asriel about like where Arya goes from here and how best to approach. But so yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And then we left off with also Elion got to find out finally what his cool new scimitars do. So that was neat.
It was.
And he got to smack talk. He got to smack talk a spring soldier who's apparently a monarchist, because apparently spring monarchists are a thing now, which seems really contradictory, but
Does seem pretty contradictory, doesn't it?
yeah. Like, I was just like, gross.
I wonder what that could lead to. But we're not talking about that just now. We ended with quite a few things happening as well. We ended with Sheila sneaking into the spring encampment and being allowed by some sympathetic Spring Eladrin guards to sneak into the tent where Khernun was being held. And we also had what else did we have? We had Reverie going and sneak attacking Logon with talks about why he didn't mention that he was getting married to Kojata nonetheless. Only to find
Which
out
is still being carried by her.
Yep. What did they find out? What did Reverie find out about their wedding again?
It's a marriage of convenience.
It is indeed.
And two, Kojata has a crush on Reverie, and therefore I have started a small harem.
There is definitely a harem being collected. What is it with my campaigns and always one person like collecting a harem? Like,
Does it say more about your characters or you?
I have no idea. Okay, I
think it's Bran.
I must put this disclaimer out there. I don't plot to make NPCs desirable or hot, so I don't know how it happens. But people just like go for it.
If
Right?
Bran had a nickel for every time a character had a harem in his games,
He'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot.
nickels. I'd have 4 nickels.
Oh, well, that is a lot, though.
he's getting 20 cents.
I was actually about to
I'd
say
have
that.
2
I don't know how
nickels.
much a nickel is, but
You could buy a carrier bag.
I could buy an extremely. I could put a down payment on a Freddo.
Let's go.
Yeah.
He sees.
We also, what else did we have? We had Elion as well. Elion had some little interesting moments on top of arguing with a monarchist. Elion also got into an argument with an Autumn Eladrin commanding officer. So let's see how that's going to fall back into this session today. There's definitely going to be no ramifications for that, considering the fact that the other person who got into an argument with that person is not here. So Elion's the only target. And we ended last session between Reverie and Logon with a question being asked by Logon. Can we remember what the question was?
Just say you like me, 'cause we're never enough.
Sorry, I'm
do you
barking.
like me?
Check yes if you do, check no if you don't.
Do you like
Both boxes just say yes.
Do you like me? The boxes say yes, definitely, and only if you're married to your wife.
Absolutely. I rigged it.
I rigged it. So as we go into it, as we go back into the session, I want to pick up exactly where we left off. So, you've had a week to think on this, Reverie. Well, Reverie hasn't. Liz has. Reverie has had 3 seconds.
Can I just like study his posture to see if there's a particular answer he's hoping for?
Give me an insight check.
$18.
On an 18, you're not going to get everything, but you are going to see that his eyes are locked on yours, but his head isn't straight on. His head is like down into the side a little bit, so he's looking at you kind of out of the central to side of his eyes. Whatever you want to take that to mean, but you don't get the exact kind of motion of it. You do feel a bit of trepidation, a bit of nerves about him asking, but beyond that, nothing really.
Wow, that is a question I wasn't. I'm gonna sit, and she sits for like a half second, and then stands up and just starts pacing.
Okay.
So I guess before I answer that question, I have to ask a question that's equally as important. If I answer and it's not an answer that you wanted, will that change?
Will that change, like, us as we are?
Yeah.
Well, of course it will, because if it's an answer that I don't... It's not the answer I'm hoping for, obviously there's going to be some kind of emotion there. But, I mean, we'll still be friends. We'll still be in each other's lives. I'm not gonna just cut you out because you happen to say something that I wasn't entirely expecting to hear. But every answer to every question is going to bring changes. That's what questions and answers do.
Okay.
As far as us not being friends or anything like that, well, no, we're still going to be friends no matter what.
Okay. Then to answer your question as of who I am right now. No. I think if it was... I think there's always been possibility between us, but I don't think anything... If anything happened between us right now, that it would be healthy.
The moment you say no, it's like something snaps. It's like there's a release, and his body kind of sags a little bit. And then the moment you say about, like, if something was like not right now, you know, if there's always been a possibility. If something were to happen now, it wouldn't be right. And when you say that, his face shows very, very readable signs of relief. And he's like, I'm so glad that we're on the same page.
Oh, good.
I mean, you've been honest with me, complete honesty with you. There's a time where, you know, you were what I wanted. Like, I mean, I don't want to say that I was, you know, in love or anything like that, but, you know, there was very strong feelings there. And I believe that in some small part there always will be. You don't spend the length of time we've known each other and there not to be a very definite physical change. But I'm about to enter into an exceptionally public, political and courtly position, and, well, if there were to be anything, there wouldn't be time for it. So it would be a thing in name alone. And I don't think either of us have the personality or temperament for something that is in name alone.
No. And especially, like you said, there would be no time. I'm running around on orders from King Oberon and Queen Titania.
Saving the world one court at a time.
I don't know about saving the world. Definitely fighting off hordes of undead, though. I should kind of put that on a resume.
Well, I'm going to say right now that as the upcoming political ruler of the Autumn Courts and the Autumn Lands, I will tell you that, well, yeah, a lot of people, there's murmurings about your little group. Rattling through not only the seasonal stances here, but the courts back home in the Feywild. You're gaining
Are they good?
In politics, you never want all good. You need good and you need bad. And of course, there's good and there's bad.
Well, I guess I'll let Sheila know about that. That's kind of her thing. Apparently, I should not talk courtly to people.
I think
after
that
today.
is an incredibly smart idea. I've heard you public speak. It's less public speak and more public stutter.
No. So Khernun got arrested today, and I yelled at people, a lot of people.
Wait, well, hold on.
and then-
Khernun got arrested? What for?
So he impersonated the Spring King to come to our aid after we, by the way, saved the entirety of spring and autumn. Yeah, the king didn't think of returning the favor.
Okay, so when are you breaking him out of jail? Because you know that's like an executable offence right there, right?
Yeah, Sheila's working on it. I got into an argument with some soldiers, and then I got... Sheila and Elian actually teamed up, which is very scary. A lot more scary than it should be, personally. And they said I should probably not do the courtly talking after that, because I did a lot of yelling. I was holding Koljata. She was witness. She saw everything.
Kojata's just like looking at you, then goes, I spaced out. I have no idea what was said, but whatever she said, yes. Listen, I rolled the D100. It was a 96th percentile. Like she's major crushing.
So yeah, I did a lot of yelling. Sheila's working on it. She was running some angle at the King of Spring lands.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. I've heard things. I've heard he's quite soft-spoken for a king, especially a Springlander as well. I've heard that he's very astute and he knows his way about the courts, which again, very strange for Springlanders.
Well, I mean, you remember Emrys growing up? He had that very wintry personality, so sometimes it happens.
I'm just saying that from my personal experience, when you see someone who goes against their entire nature and fits a whole different bill, it's either a great story about someone who's overcome a lot, or it's someone who's getting help from somewhere.
Her eyes sort of narrow.
I'm not saying that I'm not. First of all, I'm not out to disparage the name of a king. What I'm saying is he goes against every single bill that there's ever been about any Springlander.
I mean, you're also going to be a king soon here, so I think you are allowed to disparage them when you're in your own home.
We've actually chosen to go with a different title. We're not using the terms kings and queens.
Oh, what are you guys using?
Well, we're going to be ruling together as one unit. But king and queen is so binary. We've decided to go with the term Primarch.
I like it.
That way both of us can be addressed by the same title without a built-in disparaging of what one title may mean.
I like it. I think you two are going to do a wonderful job rolling autumn. And I do think I need to confer with people about your excellent insight into this Spring King.
Again, I don't know anything about this Spring King. I don't know. Perhaps he's just an odd egg. They happen. I mean, we've met Khernun. But given everything that's happened in the political climate of what's going on in this land that we have here, if there was some kind of thing behind the strings, whether it's known or not, it would not surprise me. Be careful. At this point, you could start telling me there's people popping out of trees ready to kill people, and I'd start to believe you. And from what I understand of Spring, that's a very high possibility.
Yes, not necessarily popping out of trees. We've had some issues with doppelgangers, though.
Now that I can definitely keep an eye on for you.
Yeah, it's not fun. I haven't had one pretending to be me yet, which is good.
I have a contact who has a little bit of experience dealing with doppelgangers. I'll speak to them and see about sending them your way.
Oh, okay, awesome. I should let you both get ready for the party.
Go get ready. It's going to be a big
Yep.
celebration.
Yep. And as I walk by Java, I'm going to not pick her up, but I am going to try life transference to see
Okay.
if that'll fix her leg.
Okay. At what level?
I'm going to do it at 3rd level.
At 3rd level.
Yes.
Okay. At 3rd level. Go ahead and roll that.
Uh, 27 doubled is 54.
Okay, so Kojata receives 54 healing.
Yes.
As you pump more healing energy into Kojata, drawing from your own natural life essence, she gives this contented sigh as that warm, soothing feeling comes over, and then you hear a kind of a click as the bones on the leg snap back into place. And she gives a sharp inhale, like a and then that kind of like silent groan, you know, like where like you make all the motions of groaning but you don't rattle your vocal cords, so it's just like a really stiff exhale. So she kind of like and then she looks at you and she goes, "You owe me for that one."
Well, if I warn you, then you tense up and then it doesn't snap in right.
I don't care. I'm using this to my advantage and you owe me for that one.
Okay. Would you like me to carry you somewhere back to the throne room?
Apparently this is going to... you can see she's already rotating her foot. And she's like... No. But I'm going to sit still for an hour, constantly rotating this foot until it is able to hold my weight. And then I would like a dance.
I'll dance with you.
There's a groan from Logan, just like a.
I'm gonna half tilt my head to like look side eye him.
He's got that kind of like half annoyed, half like. I don't know what's the correct word for it. Half annoyed and half like, are you seriously doing this right in front of me? Expression. Before he says, listen, if you and my wife, or wife-to-be, are going to aggressively flirt with each other, could you do it not in my office while I'm trying to, sort things out here?
Don't worry, I'll dance with you too.
Oh, I have to dance now. Right, okay.
Well, do you remember all those times I had to stand next to you to protect you from all of the girls in town? From dragging you onto the dance floor, so you do kind of owe me unlimited dances whenever I want for the rest of time.
Can't I just give them to Kojata?
No. This is your bet.
Right, okay, fine. I'll dance with you as well. But I'm not wearing a doublet and I'm not dancing the bloody marigold, okay? It's not happening.
That's fine. I don't even think I have nice clothes to wear to this, so it'll be fine. I'm gonna go sleep now.
I'll have somebody come and wake you when it's time for the celebrations.
Thank you. And me, with my staggering 3 hit points left, I'm walking to an empty room to go to sleep.
I'm really hoping that Reverie doesn't accidentally trip over. Smacks her head and falls unconscious and dies.
Or a very empty hallway. Is there a bay windowsill somewhere? I'm taking a nap there.
So you were given your own room.
She doesn't know where that is, because it was
So
given to them
he
when
he would have
Elian
somebody,
and...
he would have one of the kind of like the house hands kind of take you there. It's only the floor below you. Like
Okay.
I was about to say you could jump it and survive, but then I was like, do you know what? I forgot that you're like 3.5 foot tall. You definitely could not. So yeah, it's only the floor below you. Again, it's a circular balcony and it has like 6 rooms all sectioned off by walls. But it's just like a circular floor with one staircase down which leads to 6 doors. And it's almost like the 6 segments of like an orange. The walls go out like triangular pieces, but they are connected by a wraparound, like a wraparound balcony, so you can step it onto a balcony and be next to each other and all that jazz. But you head down there and you're going to sleep now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap by the door.
Okay. I'm then going to go to I want to go to Elion. Then I'm going to go to Arya, then I'm going to go to Sheila. Okay? Elion! When we last left you, by my understanding, you were making your way back to the palace from the battlefield.
I think so.
Yep, cool. I was right in that. As you're making your way back, I would like you to make me I guess, yeah, no, it's not going to be a check. What's your passive perception again?
15.
15. On a 15, you're going to feel like that's something pulling at like the fabric at the bottom of your armor. The kind of the tattered fabric that manifested on with your it's half plate you're wearing.
That'd be chainmail. Is what you gave me.
Chainmail. Okay. We'll have to revisit that. I'm pretty sure it was meant.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was meant to be half plate, but we'll go with chainmail for just now. Somebody like, tugging on the bit of fabric.
Sure, I'll take a swivel.
You turn around and there's this little like Eladrin, like preteen, like maybe like a 12-year-old, and they kind of look up to you and they're like, "You're the one that ran into our barn."
Yes.
Hi. My pa says to come and get you. He was wondering if you could help with something because, well, we own farmland outside the city, and with the siege being done, we went to check on it, and, well, there's a problem.
Sure.
Okay, and he kind of smiles and like, okay, follow me, and they just fucking sprint. Like, they just, you know, that child way of like, okay, they're doing what I wanted, follow me, and they just fucking take off. Like,
I will try my best to keep up.
what's your movement speed?
Just 30.
30. On a sprint or a dash, yeah, you'll be able to keep pace with them.
Cool.
They take you out the door that you guys went out to fight Magda.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the couple of hours since the battle has ended, you can see that there are Automiladrin who are, like, you know, more powerful with, like, their geokinetic lean to magic, and they are like, you know, basically taking the dead, like all the corpses and stuff that are there, skeletons and zombies, separating them apart. The skeletons, they're like pounding into dust with large rocks, and then using that to try and kind of bring some, you know, like scattering bone meal across your like farmlands and such. And with the other ones, they're like, well, we don't know where these bodies came from, they're so heavily deteriorated, we can't even tell what kind of Eladrin would have been, so they're basically composting.
Mm-hmm.
Giving back to the land.
Effective.
Well,
yeah.
you know, as Autumn does, Autumn, you know, their whole thing is, we can survive in the harshest areas. And a part of that survival is, you know, you work with what you've got. And this is them, even though they live in a fairly grand city now, and that they have, you know, they've found some kind of wealth in the fact of that they have this massive mountainous country, which is full of natural minerals and precious metals and precious gems. You know, despite that, they're still rooted in their old ways, which was, you know, when they first came over here, when someone died, you know, you did have to kind of look at them and go, that's just a mortal shell. It's also going to help us grow vegetables. So, yeah, they're doing that again. The same thing with large rocks, mushing them into pulp, and you know, scattering them off to other farmlands for more like out of area crops. But the boy leads you past all this. Very, very efficient work being done. Automiladrins are, as I said, big, beefy, they're grafters. They know how to work. And they take you towards farmland. And it's fairly large farmland. And they point towards, like, you know, the western field. And they're like, you know, you see the western field and you see that there's a barn there. Okay, it's been left relatively untouched by the oncoming horde. And it's like, my pa's down at the barn and he says that there's something in there, and well, since you up the last time, he figured that you might be willing to. He's willing to pay you. He'll pay you for helping.
You seem like a very smart boy. Do you know what the problem is? I don't want to be rushing into anything.
So we had a little bit of an issue. Well, my pa, he used to be really good at like going out and like, you know, hitting things with swords and hammers and stuff. And then, well, before he met my ma, he got shot in the knee, you see. So he can't really go do that adventuring sort of thing anymore. But he still knows how to like build like traps and stuff. And you know, around here we get lots of really, really big pests. And well, he built a trap. And it trapped this big, hairy, feathery thing with wings. And so it was in the barn when it was on fire. And my pa was like, just leave it, it'll burn and it'll be one less problem. But, you know, well, I'm glad that you rescued it. But it seems to have come back to our other barn. And, well, we've already, my pa says it's a dangerous animal and doesn't want just anybody going and dealing with it. So we were wondering if you might.
Yeah, your father is correct. Might be best if you follow me to nearby, but don't come inside just in case.
Okay.
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 And I'll make my way down.
Okay. Make your way down to the west barn, and you can see this Automiladrin, and it does have, like, you know, it's a very, very rudimentary, like, old school like wood and leather brace around, like, you know, the above the knee down to the ankle. Obviously, even in these early days where magic and such exists, some wounds just can't be completely fixed except with exceptionally high level healing. So this is more like they healed the bone, they healed the leg, but the nerves are still get pain. So the brace just kind of, it doesn't do the job of like a modern day brace where it reinforces and lets it heal. It's more like it allows him to put weight.
Yeah.
Like his leg will always just be weaker. This just allows him to put weight on it. But he doesn't have to. You see, there's no crutch or anything. He seems to be able to walk with it with just a slight limp. But you get there and he's like, oh, I'm glad the lad found you. Thank you very much for coming down. I understand that you're the one that ran into the barn while it was on fire and let this thing out.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I heard a rumour, and I don't know if it's true, but I heard that you're from Summer.
Sure.
Right. Well, if you are, I've got no ill will against you. I understand, you know, different lots and silent minorities and all that jazz. But, well, this is the kind of thing that your lot deals with.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could lend a hand.
Sure.
Would you like a crossbow, or would you prefer to just hit him with a big old axe?
I'm going to.
He's got a heavy crossbow, and he says a big old axe. It's more of a halberd. There.
See, just to clarify, because your offspring is vague, it's a griffin. Yeah?
Well, I definitely think so. You know those ones that you ride around on, the ones without the wings?
Sure.
Well, it's about 3 times the size, and it has wings.
Okay. Now, I'm going to need some privacy, if that's okay. So you wait here.
Right.
And I'll go inside.
I understand. You know, it can be hard killing. You know, like a creature like that. So I understand.
It's less killing and more. I'm not really supposed to tell you this, but some have like ancient soothing techniques. But if it's shown, then other courts will start mounting griffins, and then it becomes a whole thing. And I just need you to give me some privacy so that I can attempt it. And if not, you're the backup plan.
I fucking love Elion so much. Roll me the deception check on that one, buddy. It's fucking phenomenal. Do you know what? Roll me the deception, and you can have a DM inspiration for that as well. That was fucking quick. I like that. That was fucking good.
In that case, 23.
23. Do you know what? Sorry to do a wee tangent. Do you know what that reminded me of? Have you ever seen the movie A Knight's Tale?
No.
No? Right. Right, okay. So one, that's your
I've heard of
homework.
it.
That's your homework. You have to go and watch it, right? You know at the end of it when they're pelting him with veg and the prince comes up and is just like, well, my researchers did research and turns out he's for a long line of knights. Anybody wants to argue, they can fucking argue with me, and everyone just goes, oh, well, he's definitely a knight. That's what it reminded me of. It was just so... Because he does it very like, his bloodline comes from an ancient noble line. And just the way he did it is like, we have ancient soothing techniques. It just reminded me of that. Sorry, what was the roll in total there, sorry?
23.
23. Okay, yeah, he buys it hook, line, and sinker. He's like, I forgot you lot ride these bastards. Jeez, that's how you do it. I thought it was impressive that we could get one of us to be riding on basilisks. Fantastic. Listen, I leave it in your very capable hands. I don't know if the lad said, we can't pay much, but I can pay you something for your troubles.
Coin isn't necessary, but I appreciate the offer.
Well, if coin isn't necessary, I'll give you half of what I was going to pay you then. How's that?
No, I would rather you use the expenses to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
He's going to smile, but it's more like a slight smile, but his mouth forms like a thin line. And he turns to the boy and goes, "Lad, why don't you run back to the farmhouse and give your mother a hat, all right?" And the wee boy goes, "Okay," and turns off. And he turns to you and he goes, "Listen, I can only assume you fought on our side, and that means that you're gonna have some hardships of your own.
Sure.
I'm assuming your country are not gonna be too happy with you. The word traitor's probably gonna get banded around.
I think that's a fair assumption.
That barn that we had inside the city walls, that was only to hold, tools, equipment, stuff that was going rusty and was there just in case we needed a backup. And also apparently to hold large, very dangerous creatures. We got off a lot luckier than most.
Mm-hmm.
If I can give something back, I'd like to. And this is me giving something to someone who helped save my people. Because they might not show a lot of gratitude, because one thing about us autumn folk is we are stubborn, hard-headed bastards. But I'm thankful. And I want to show that, at least in some way. Also on top of the fact of not having a country, you're going to have to pay to have a roof over your head.
Now, I understand the logic, but I travel with 2 autumn folk, one of which provides a roof over my head. So, you're going to keep your money, I'm going to deal with the griffin, and we're going to leave it at that.
You travel with autumn folk. What the names? You can leave out family names if that makes you feel any better.
It's less that and more, I think, saying their names would summon them into existence, and I need some alone time.
Can I ask your name?
I'm Elian.
Elion, my name's Kurda.
Kurda.
Fine. If you won't take my money, that's fine. I won't give my money to you. What I will say is, if you're ever nearby Russet Falls again and you need a roof, you don't even need to ask. You just show up and you have my family's hospitality. It's humble, and it's not much, but it's yours.
Your gratitude is deep. I appreciate it.
Right. Well, I'm going to go and help the wife with the rest of the kids. And I'll leave you to your feathery friend. And he starts to he starts to sing a song as he kind of hopes, like a farming, like till the land song. I'm not saying it is this song. It's something in the realms of it. The song from Lord of the Rings, "The road goes ever on and on." It's not that, but it's something to the effect of that. Something a cappella with more of like a very staccato on the beat kind of singing style. One of those ones that you would sing to help you kind of maintain the monotony of doing constant monotonous work. One of those ones. In Scotland, we call them walking songs. I don't know if that helps. And he leaves you to this barn.
I'll head inside.
Okay. You head inside, and it's not like the last one where there was like it was like a tool barn. So there was different like bits of equipment all falling over the place and such. This one is very evident like a livestock barn, and there is livestock in here. Specifically, it's like Taurochs, the kind of like horse bull creatures that Autumn Eladrin tend to keep as cattle / work animals on farms. They don't seem entirely phased, but you can see up, and like barns have that kind of like ladder which takes you up to that top part, the hay storage. You can see up there the hay has been ripped apart and has been formed into a fucking huge nest. And nestled inside it, you can see that very familiar kind of almost brass feathers of that griffin that you saved. And you can see nestled in there are the 2 eggs that it had. And
you do have a propensity for trouble, don't you, Feathered One?
tilts its head and just clicks its beak at you. If you'd like, you can make an insight check on the beak click. However, I will give you disadvantage.
3.
3. You don't know if that beak click was an affirmation or a threat.
Don't sass me.
Okay. The griffin, as you say, don't sass me, it kind of turns its head both, like, so it's got like one eye looking at you and when it clicks, but when you say don't sass me, it turns its head full on. You know that way like eagles do, where they somehow turn and rotate their head so it comes dead centre at the same time? It does that, and then it gets up. Now bear in mind, griffins, you know, by stat block, they are large creatures, okay? Me, I tend to look at it as, depending on the different aspects of griffins and subspecies of any creature, griffins can be from large to huge.
Mm-hmm.
This one is large, but on the larger side of large. Okay?
Yeah.
So it gets up and it's less like it leaps down and more like it hops down from that loft and kind of starts padding towards you. And as it gets this close, in the moment of panic you had before you didn't really get a chance to take in, you realise just how big this fucking thing is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the way, I don't know if you're familiar with like horse sizes, it's like the size of a Percheron.
Yeah.
Real big, and built like that as well. Like, their front legs are obviously birds, like, you know, like raptor legs, but they are not built like raptor legs. They're as thick, almost, you would say almost like bovine like muscle structure. You ever seen cows that are bred for beef?
Yeah.
Like though, like there's that kind of overlapping muscle. This thing is easily capable of crushing like trees in its talons as it pads towards you. With that, again, the lion-like trait of it, the lion half comes out in how it moves towards you with that kind of like rolling shoulders. And when it gets up close to you, you can feel the exhales coming from its breath, coming through its through the nasal passages in its beak. And then it gives like a... Again, lots of zoology facts coming out here. Contrary to popular belief, guys, you know the sound of eagles screeching. Eagles don't screech. Eagles chirp like chicks. The sound of eagles screeching actually comes from red-tailed hawks. So it doesn't screech or anything, but it does give like a... It's like a very high-pitched kind of chirping repeatedly. So almost like a... But very high-pitched.
Yeah.
And it spreads out one wing. And it goes under the wing and, like, you know, kind of nuzz around and pulls out a feather. One of its under feathers, the long ones that are designed to catch drafts. So for you, this feather's about the length of your forearm, right? And holds it in its beak towards you.
Feel like this is the trap, but take it.
Okay.
Very gently.
You take the feather, and as you take the feather, its head straightens up. You know, as if like it's like, okay, cool, we're done with that part. And it kind of like it. You see its head kind of tilt, so one eye's on you, but one eye's looking up towards its nest. And again, I'll let you make, if you would like to, you can make the insight check again. It will be at disadvantage.
That's a 19.
On a 19, you understand now that this griffin, which you can now see from its body language, from its maneuverability, it's a female.
Mm-hmm.
It's thanking you. Now, I'll ask you, this isn't for Elion, this is asking Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Griffins are exceptionally rare to come across because they, you know, their numbers have dwindled since the Eladrin first settled in the Summerlands. Seeing one in autumn is like seeing a fucking kangaroo in Scotland. Like, you know, it's nigh on impossible. for whatever reason, this thing was ousted from the Summerlands. It seems to have settled here. It's made a nice life. But even in summer, they're incredibly rare to see, and even rarer still to have any kind of intense research done on them. But Elions had quite a privileged upbringing and access to information and training and such. Do you think Elion would have ever had any chance to study on these creatures? Bearing in mind, griffins are like the kind of the coat of arms of summer, so to speak. So
I guess it kind of, not to put it back on you, but Elion would have only read what either Coralyn or the people that were looking out for him while he was in the palace would have provided him and told him to read.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to put it down to a D100 roll, okay? D100.
Sure.
If I get... I'm going to give it the rarity shot, right, okay? If I get above the 60th percentile, he's read information.
Sure.
And I'll allow you to make the check, okay? Cool.
Sure.
So 67 was what was rolled there. So, yeah, Elion's got a little bit of knowledge about griffins. You know, you've read, again, much of it is like conflicting information. Like, you know, one person's like, oh, griffins, they have a wingspan of 12 meters and they can shoot acid out of their asshole. And one's like, no, they can fart lightning. Like, you know, it's conflicting stories from different people. A lot of it could be put down to people just trying to sound interesting than what's actually been seen. Some of the things I will give you about them is that is always there is, one, they're incredibly territorial. Picture wolves, but there's no chase radius. It is all hunt radius. If you come within 2 miles of their nest, they're not chasing you out. They're going for the kill. Always. Number 2, bonding with one is such an intense part upon somebody's soul that they actually almost gain like a slight telepathic link. Griffin riders in summer are almost famed in how well they can ride, but it's down to the fact that they can almost sense what the griffin is going to do before it does it, and the griffin can almost get a feel of what they're going to do, what they want the griffin to do. Think of it akin to like how Aragon and Saphira fly. You know, Aragon doesn't so much as pull on reins, he kind of nudges, I need you to dip right, and Saphira does it. You know? Similar to that, but on a much less degree, less refined. Very, very basic. And 3, much like any other avian predator, griffins are very smart. They might not be sapient, but they can understand what's being said. And they might not be able to say things back, but they can make themselves understood if they want to. So with that knowledge, to see if there's anything else you might have picked up, I'd like you to roll me an Arcana check. You won't have disadvantage on this one, because it is, you know, as we determined, you would have some kind of study on them.
16.
16! People that get this close to griffins, they don't tend to survive if the griffin doesn't want them to. You being this close, you understand that you could reach out, you could touch this griffin. A 99.5% chance it's probably not going to be phased.
Okay. I hate to disturb your nesting, but you are currently residing in someone's dwelling and jobkeep building.
It turns, looks up towards the eggs and looks towards you, and it gives like a squawk, but it's like a surprisingly deep squawk. Less of a and more of like a. And this one I will give you. It's like confirming. It's like right, okay. And it will turn and look out the open doors as if like saying, "I need to leave."
Preferably. I mean, I'd love for you to stay to like prove to people that this is a thing, but I'm not trying to take you away from your young. That seems very immoral.
It will turn, move back towards that loft and go up, and much like before, the eggs, it just grabs them in its front talons, and it almost walks, when it's holding them, it almost walks like Tarzan style, like turns onto like the knuckles of its legs and walks like that. Very like this. You can tell this thing is like these creatures are evidently designed to be very parental. It walks with great care on its front, like on the knuckle regions of its front feet, and it starts to make its way out. And Elion, I'm going to ask you a question here, okay? I'm not going to give you any context. I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you willing or unwilling?
I need context, man. That's not okay.
Okay, right, let me put it a different way. Do you think you're faster than a griffin?
In the air or on the ground?
If it tried to grab you with its beak, are you faster than a griffin?
No.
Okay.
I'm nimble, but it's a griffin.
Then the griffin is going to turn its head and try and hook, like here, on your armor,
Okay.
and pick you up and put you on its back.
Sure. I'm not. I've got 24 hit points. I'm not arguing with it.
Okay. At which point, you feel the shoulder muscles expand as these wings start to unfurl, and it kind of moves its way outside, and then it starts to pick up speed.
What? Hold on. No, so when I said you need to leave, I didn't mean like as a collective.
This
I
is your
meant
chance. Are you tucking and rolling off this thing?
No, God, no.
No? Okay. And then suddenly you don't feel that undulating of its feet hitting the ground. It just feels smooth.
Do not look down. Do not look down.
Let me double check this thing's flight speed, because I'm not using the standard. I'm using one I found on Pinterest for a much larger griffin.
I hope it doesn't flip.
Did somebody say do a barrel roll?
Yes.
I fail my save. I die.
I love the idea of that. This is so amazing. Barrel rolls, fails, falls, dead. Okay, so it's 80 feet still. Okay. So, yeah, this thing is dashing. So, within 6 seconds, Elon, you're 160 feet in the air.
Yeah.
This thing, and you feel the pitch in yourself. So, like, as it runs, it goes smooth, and then you feel gravity start to kind of like, as it goes up and up into a stiff climb. But it kind of peters out and evens out. And Elion, I'm going to leave you on the back of a griffin.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Cool.
Fine.
Arya, I'm coming to you now. We left you in very much the same kind of place, walking back towards the palace after kind of, the altercations with this monarchist and all that jazz. You see Elion be led off by, be harangued away by a kid. We had a kind of resolving moment for you with the meeting you had with Raziel. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. You're already in the palace, because you went back in order to bring the news. You talked with Raziel on the balcony. So, in fact, no.
It was Azrael, not Raziel.
Azrael, sorry. So, no, I do, in fact, have something for you. Hold on a dang minute.
Okie dokie.
Shibbity, bibbity, bobbity, boop.
Out of curiosity, what time of day is it? Like, how much time would it be? Like, we have to be all congregate for the party.
You're verging into early evening. The party is starting the next day. It is a full day party.
Oh, I thought it was at night. Oh, okay, so we have time. Cool. Okay, cool.
This is like an official people are obviously drinking and partying tonight, but this is like a full-on official celebration.
Okay, I thought it was like in an hour or something like that. Okay, cool. But yeah.
When you get back, when you step back into your room after having spoke to Azrael, you see there's like a hand servant standing there, and they kind of look to you and they're like, sorry, if I got the right room, are you Arya?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Okay. I was told to bring this to you, and it came from an official courier.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know when to get mail.
I believe I have
was
to
it a
send.
daughter?
No. She goes outside and she brings in like a perch, and you can see on the perch is a sunhawk. Sunhawks are like, you know, they're a type of raptor-like bird from Summerlands. They are essentially, think of them as like the equivalent to like a combination of like a falcon for hunting and a carrier pigeon. You know, they kind of fulfill both roles. Picture the kind of like tight coiled body of like a peregrine falcon, but with the long kind of two of the kind of more elongated back feathers on its tail, similar to like what people see of like modern day phoenixes. Not a phoenix, just like the longer tail feathers, and two like little perked, like, you know, like some birds have almost like ear-like feathers. Two of those, and it's this very deep golden colour. And it's got on one of those little hoods like that. You know, I will allow you to make a history check with advantage.
Yeah. Test it out on the dice. So with advantage, that is a 15 plus 8.
You can tell from the hood that this one is wearing. This one is from a noble house. Very
If it's
fine,
like a fabric
very,
hood.
very fine leather.
Okay, does it have any kind of like insignia on it embroidered in or anything like that?
Not that you would recognise in the capacity you're looking at it with that role, I'm afraid.
Do you happen to know who sent this? Did they leave a name or a title?
She holds up the letter, and she's just like, I assume that they'll probably have signed this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, what was your name? If I may ask.
My name is... Random name generator.
I didn't do it yet, I'm sorry.
Awesome! One of my favourite Disney characters. My name's Kala.
Kala, thank you for bringing this, Kala. I really appreciate it. I know everyone's still kind of recovering from the siege. How are you doing?
Oh, we were well taken care of. We were inside the palace for the entire siege. I don't have any family outside because the DM doesn't want to think of more names. That's right.
Listen,
I just
canonically,
orphaned a girl because I don't want to think of any more names.
Listen, canonically, I had from the beginning the idea Arya likes to ask people what they like to be called because she knows names are important to the Fae. So I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but
the sweat. That's not because of this. That's just because Scotland has a heat wave right now.
Oh.
Okay, so they tell you their name and they kind of, like, you know, they say I'll be waiting outside for your response.
All right. Thank you very much, Kala.
You're welcome.
And does the letter have a name on it, or is it blank, or is there like
it
embossing?
has your name, but it's written in golden ink.
Okay. My name that I prefer, or my birth name?
Arya.
Okay. Okay. Better than last time. So she's gonna open it up and take a look at the letter.
Okay, it's written in a hand which is obviously very fast. like very quickly written, but it's trying to be neat. And it says, Arya, I hope you're alive to read this. If not, I guess it'll just get thrown in a fire somewhere. We need to talk. I understand that you will be travelling to Brightcliff at some point. I'll be there. You can find me, and this one is particularly written in words that you would understand. You can find me by the cliffs we used to dive into the water. I hope you'll be there. Your brother, Khernun. Then it says, P.S. Don't feel bad about Evanon. He was a git. Then it's just, P.S. Don't feel bad about Evanon. He was a git. A. And inside, as you're reading it, are you reading it near the balcony, or are you just reading it from where it's been handed to you?
From where it's been handed.
Okay, cool, no worries.
But
so you make me a perception check on that one then.
okay, perception. Let's go. Come on. Okay, it's a that's a 17.
17.
It's 12 plus. Yeah, 12 plus 5.
So as you open up the envelope, and as you've taken out, it's folded very strange. It's not folded like blank side over the letter. It's folded writing side facing. So as you unfold it, you don't see the blank back. But as you're kind of looking at it, and with this perception check, you see there's almost like ridges in the back, kind of as if something's been leaned on. And that triggers you to kind of look and hold it to the light, and you can see colours coming through. And when you turn it around, you can see a watercolour has been painted on the back. And it's very simple. It's a bunch of rocks on a beach next to the sea. It's the cliffs where you guys used to go jump off of when you were kids visiting your aunt.
It's just smiling, holding the note close to her chest, and Artie, short for artist. Now then, little one, big one, and she turns to the bird. You want to be let out? From that hood, I imagine it's pretty uncomfortable.
So the hood, so you would know this. The hood is usually put on to keep them from when they're flying to their destination, so they don't a rabbit and fly down and they deviate from their course. But it's usually on official purposes that's done when it's this has to get there quickly and securely. So if you want, you can take the hood off it. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of slowly start to.
Okay, you take the hood
it
off.
tries to fly off.
All it does is just ruffle its feathers.
Hi. Sorry, I wish I could remember that spell to speak with animals, but you're a very pretty bird. I quite like birds. Are you here for business, or are you here to keep me company? Or is this for sending a message again?
Yeah, it's a message to be sent back with the bird.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, your brother's
right,
not giving you a pet. This is your brother's pet.
Okay. I probably yeah, but I imagine she's musing that out loud. It's oh right. She'll go to her pack and pull out some parchment to write a letter back on, and she'll kind of respond, "Dear Artie, thank you for the message. Sorry I wasn't able to get back to you quickly. Lots going on. Hopefully we'll be making our way to Brightcliff as soon as we can. We've got a lot of other tasks beforehand, but I'm glad to hear you're alive. I'm made my peace with Evanon. I'll meet you at the cliffs. Love, your sister. P.S. Send out Lorelai my love too. Tell her to hold the mulled wine and spiced cookies. I've got a lot of stories to share with you both. Arya. P.S. The painting's beautiful.
Okay. You write out this note. You roll it up, fold it.
Fold it probably.
Fold it.
Quick question. Would I know what the weight carrying capacity of these kind of birds are?
They're designed to carry like documents, so they can carry. I wouldn't say they can carry like a package, but they can carry. Like, I mean, you could give them like a battle report, and they would be able to carry that quite comfortably.
Okay, so it probably wouldn't be able to.
A one-page letter is not going to be much. What is it you were intending to send over?
If I could send the paints as well.
Definitely not going to be able to carry that. You would need You would need something a bit sturdier to carry that.
All right then. She's gonna start to fold it, and then unfold, and she'll add another thing. PSS. I don't think we have to worry about Maltharion. I'll explain when I see you. I'm safe. Oh, my love. And then I'll fold it up and hand it to the bird.
Okay. As you tie it to the bird's leg, the bird just kind of like gives a screech, and then just straight out through the balcony, off it goes. That's the universal signal for them to take off. If you're not holding them and you tie that on, as soon as you tie it on, they're just like, okay, that's my job, and they're off. So yeah, cool. you tie it on, and straight away this thing just like dips and dives out the window.
Alright. When I see the birds go out and I'm alone in the quiet, I think finally Arya has time to process everything, especially her brother being dead, and there's still a lot of mucked up feelings about that. And now this new information she's learned from Asriel, and she takes out more of her parchment and the sheet music she's been working on, and she starts to work on the song again, thinking about all of that, everything that she has felt and experienced. She channels into working on this song, the solace and sorrow, the despair and hope. She thinks about her friends and family, the joy and pride she felt after her performance in Harmony Falls, the fluttery feeling in her chest at meeting a kindred spirit who made her feel understood in a way no one else ever had. She thinks about the four seasons and the celestial bells, and she thinks about that, what she can do to make positive impact and connect people and heal, that a wish again to heal people's hearts. And she channels all of that and all that joy and sorrow into the music, and she goes back and works on rewriting parts she's already written and finds ways to incorporate that heartbeat rhythm, and works on lyrics and even sings some aloud to herself, which she hasn't done since she was young, before she learned that an instrument is harder to silence than a voice. And making this new thing, this new way of music, starts to feel, what started out as like a inspired experiment from hearing Spring's history music in a sense, and trying to figure out what her own song's history would sound like, almost takes on a new aspect, almost becomes like an act of worship as she thinks about all that and the greater hand and why it made her the way she is and placed her in this world. And she just channels it all into this act of creation, praying that it will do some good and add some light and maybe help her love herself a little more.
Okay. Then in that case, make me a performance check.
Okay. use my bardic dice. Oh, that fell right out of. Ha! That hopped out of my tray and landed on a nat 20.
Okay. On a nat 20, you're able to flawlessly channel this into the next.
Sorry, that was a nat 20 plus 12.
Okay. So on a 32, you're able to flawlessly channel all this. For this particular piece of music you're writing, this part becomes clearer in your mind. If I was describing this as like writing, say, like a classical or even like a theatrical piece, this is like the build up into the key change that you get in like the second verse of like those big songs. You know what I mean? This is the so if you care to find me from defying gravity. This is the I am found from into the unknown. This is the won't resent, won't despair from out there in Hunchback. You know that this is where the story starts to pitch and change. So yeah, I'd say solidly with the amount of times you've gone back and edited, you've got about a minute and a half of good, solid music that perfectly encapsulates your journey so far. And that's what you do until you go to rest.
Yeah, unless Kessler wants to meet up with me
No,
later.
I think Kessler was
or...
meaning after a few days of rest, he was going to start up with that.
Oh, got you.
Well, thank you very much, Arya. And I'll go quickly to Sheila. Now, I know that when you said that, you were going to be there with Khernun drinking. Oh, we rolled on it, didn't we? The wine was actually surprisingly okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we rolled on that. I was about to say, oh God, what's the wine about? But I remember we rolled on it. I know you said you were going to be there for kind of like the night. You were going to stay there. Is there anything that, you think would come up in conversation? I know when we ended it, we said it would be, kind of like general conversation here and there. And then, insert cutesy couple shit. But is there anything else that you want to have RP'd out between them, any part of conversation? I feel like when I look at Khernun's notes, everything that Khernun wanted to say had been said, but is there anything that you think Sheila has to bring to it?
I think what would come up is just like her obviously filling him in on what he missed at why am I blanking? Not Court of Nightmares, wrong book series.
The Twilight Ball.
Yeah, that thing. Too many dark chords apparently in my head.
I still haven't started them, but I'm considering getting those books.
They're alright. Read Throne of Glass first though, if you haven't already.
Okay, right, cool. Read Throne of Glass first. I'll get that first then.
Lovely. So she filled him on all those details of what he missed when they were fighting their way out and whatnot. Getting through all of the basilisks in the valley and whatnot, flying to Autumn. What might come up is Sheila trying to figure out more about the King of Spring. And just being like, I know you would have gone to bat for us. Like, what was... Like, basically reiterating what he told her and just being like, I'm not understanding certain elements here. It just seems odd.
Okay. So with that much detail being brought into it, so during that time at some point somebody's brought food. Okay? The food that's brought is definitely not what prisoners get, but it's also definitely not the kind of food that Sheila's used to. It's, very bare bones, bread, cheese, meat, that kind of thing. And Khernun obviously, Khernun's a springy lad, and I based him on Irish people for a reason. You put food in front of him, he's gonna fucking eat it. So he kind of stops halfway through and he goes, well, for one, he's a smart fella. Like, really smart. Like, he could be like, winter trained. That kind of smart. Reminds me a bit like you. Like, he knows that, not like, he looks like you, because he definitely doesn't. He would definitely doesn't look as good in a dress as you. What I mean is, like, he knows how to talk. Do you know what I mean? Like, he knows how to handle himself in the courts. It's a lot of the reason that he was put in charge is because, you know, Spring didn't really have much of a presence in the courts, and now we need, like, a vocal presence. But he definitely has a lot of different ideas. He wants Spring to move into being more of a closed off region. He believes that Spring has to heal, and in order for it to heal, you have to close up the garden, as he puts it. And I'm not saying I agree with him. I agree with his premise, but not with his actions. And I'm kind of holding out hope that he's gonna see that he might not be doing it the right way. He's young, as well, a fair bit younger than us. I mean, he's only about 300 years old. Bear in mind, you guys technically have got like 600 years added onto your buttons. Okay? Technically.
Also, we weren't just asleep for 400 years. Dave is shortened than my nap.
I really want that to be something Sheila says to me in an argument at some point. I've slept older than you. One of the best insults I've ever heard in my life was somebody turning around and going, I have shoes older than you. I don't know why that's such a good slagging, because the fact is I've got a pair of Timberlands out there that were my stepdad's that he gave to me, so I can literally walk around and be like, I have shoes older than me.
Because it hurts their soul.
SOLE.
Hey.
It's a real kick in the pants.
No, not the puns. I will start weaponizing puns. Right, okay. But then Khernun is going to frown after that, and then kind of. But it is weird. Like, Spring has always been ready to help. We've always been like that, even in the beginning. And then when you guys, you know, when the call went out, I just assumed that we would immediately rally to help. But we didn't. And I have no understanding as to why. He never gave a reason, other than, you know, if autumn falls, they'll come for us next, but that didn't make sense to me. So I don't know what's going through his head. Since then, he closed off for about an hour, stopped talking, and he usually never goes anywhere without me. You know, I'm there to watch his back. That's my whole job. But he dismissed me. And something just didn't feel right, and I got this. And he looks around a little bit, like looking at the two guards. He's like, "Do you remember when I said that, you know, we could all kind of like hear each other now?"
Yeah.
I feel like I'm hearing other things. And it was like one of them said to me that I have to take them. I have to convince them to go. And so I did. I don't know if it was some kind of archfey or some kind of other powerful thing. I have no idea. But it felt natural. It felt like hearing other spring folk talk, you know? It felt the same. You probably think I'm crazy right now, don't you?
Never.
Well, that makes one of us, because I think I'm going absolutely doolally.
Makes things fun.
I suppose.
Do we know where the king came from then? If he seems to have these different ideas and perspectives.
He came over from the Feywild about maybe half a year ago. He was part of the last efforts to get the people who were in Spring when everything went down. He was there to kind of help organise the cleanup operation, you know? Then afterwards he was always there, he was always helpful. You know, families that, you know, had been separated because of what people are starting to call the deep sleep. He was there to help put them back together, to help find them wherever they had migrated off to. He was integral in putting families back together, integral in finding places for people to live.
Do we know anyone that personally knew him back in the Feywild?
Well, I haven't been back to the Feywild since I woke up, I think, so I haven't had a chance to go in. I don't know what it is you're thinking, love, but I know you're thinking something. What's rattling about in your head there?
Easy to be nice for half a year. It's far more difficult to convince an entire kingdom to make you a king in half a year.
I forget we have Khernun dice now. Oh, I forgot they were metal and the weight in my hand was so unexpected.
Oh, we have matching metal sets for them.
Well, they must be doing well because the roll was a nat 20. A rare nat 20 on an intelligence check for the boy. And he's going to kind of... You know, love, now you say it out loud, that is pretty suspicious. I don't know of anybody that could convince a bunch of people to put them in charge of an entire nation in 6 months. Well, maybe
I've been trying for like 600 years, so...
Well, I don't know, you've been kind of like, you know, past time trying. Like, full-time trying, I kind of think you could get it done. But then again, as I've always said, you're an exceptional specimen. Do you think it could be linked to this whole summer thing?
When there's a current in the ocean, you never know how far it can stretch on. And I'm starting to wonder if we've just seen the beginning.
I don't like the idea of that rattling around in my head now. Because I'm going to have to go up in front of him and argue my case. And now I feel like the judge is going to be kind of hung about it all now.
We have his word of what's going to happen. I think we accept the exile and we can get answers after.
He's never went back on his word. He's never broken a promise. I can tell you that much.
Well, let's hope that he's not willing to break his cover before your trial then.
Nah. And the kind of faint sound of music can be heard from back towards Russet Falls. You sure you don't want to go back and, celebrate your rousing victory? I imagine there's 900,000 people waiting to give accolades to the giant lizard lady who saved the day.
I've seen enough people for a day.
So I should be honoured then, yeah.
I wouldn't want to celebrate with anyone else.
You're getting oddly sentimental, Solorna.
Don't tell anyone else, they'll hold it against me.
Alright, deal.
Plus there's no one else around to witness, so...
Excuse me, I am a Spring Eladrin. I always keep my word and I never tell a lie. Well, I mean, except when it's really funny. I won't tell anybody. The fact that you have a heart will remain a secret with me until the day I die.
Thank you, I have a reputation to uphold.
Of course you do. I would hate to sully it. Speaking of reputation, we're getting a little bit serious. And then a little bit of kind of like, nerves is going to come into his face. You don't think your Autumn folk are going to be put off by me, do you? I mean, I know it's always a joke about how I don't like wearing boots and I'm always walking around in the mud and stuff, but... they're not going to think anything less of you because of me, are they?
Oh, no, that's not an issue. My brothers have gotten around the kingdoms. We're good.
I wasn't really thinking about your family. I was thinking more like the people in your courts and stuff, because... if we're if we're like official and all that, and folk know about us, then chances are we'll probably be seen in public at some point with each other, and I've heard that people in the courts can talk.
I'm fine with it if you are.
Listen, if anything, being next to you in the courts is going to boost my reputation, so I'm perfectly content to have you at my side all the time.
Plus, from what I heard, you're basically Autumn now. Hate to break it to you.
I am Spring through and through. I love the Autumn folk, I do, but I will never talk in that god's awful accent.
The accent isn't that bad, is it?
Oh, yours isn't, but if you heard the way those folk in Russet Falls talk.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's real deep and real intense right there, it is.
I don't think they had elocution lessons.
Love, I don't think many people had elocution lessons. I think that you were just raised as a proper lady.
Was that not in the curriculum for everyone?
Darling, my curriculum consisted of don't eat that, don't touch that, and if that thing licks you, run.
Oh, honey. This explains so much.
I get by okay. I can identify 7 different types of trees by taste alone.
Maybe don't teach me that, but I'm sure there's other things you can teach me.
There are 17 different types of edible mushrooms that grow in spring.
I know, I've tried to figure them.
18 if you count the ones that you shouldn't eat.
Are we talking about the ones that we do in Gap Year or no?
What the fuck's a gap year? Spring are based on Celtic pagans. These motherfuckers didn't do this on gap year. They did this on weekends. They're the ones that you put into special tea whenever you want to relax.
I mean, we could always slip some of those into the king's tea before we leave after your trial.
Oh, they don't work on him for some reason. He says that when he was brought up in the spring courts, he had a very militaristic father, and part of his military training, he used to do like undercover missions and such for the spring courts, and he used to microdose on like poisons and stuff. So natural poisons and diseases and stuff don't touch him. I've seen it. He literally drank a vial of wyvern poison. Didn't touch him.
Did you not think this sounded weird when he told you that?
Oh, nah, not really. I mean, loads of people can't run on solid stone, but like my feet are mostly callous at this point, so I can do that. His body's just conditioned to it a little bit better. Like, you know how like sometimes when I bang my head, I don't notice that I banged my head because I'm just so used to bumping my head on things. Like that. I'm just used to it. What's that? You underestimated the him-bonus of the himbo?
I feel like that is genuinely Sheila's reaction. She's like, oh. Oh, love.
I've never made it a secret that he has an intelligence of 9.
I know, I think sometimes she forgets.
And I raised his intelligence because of his time with you guys.
We're gonna start him on picture books first. We'll then upgrade him to the
I would like
young
to
reader
confirm.
section.
I would like to confirm that, as we know, if you have an intelligence of 6, you cannot read or write. An intelligence of 8, you can read or write to a basic level. An intelligence of 10, you are of the average intelligence. So the way I would describe it is treat him like someone who like dropped out of school. He can write, he can spell. He's not completely dumb. He just doesn't know the finer points. He also might have had. He also might have had a couple of concussions.
So it's like reading to the NFL. Too soon.
I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan. That's way too soon. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. It's like reading to somebody who has like minor TBIs because of concussives. Here's how to describe it. It's like reading to Minsk. Okay? It's like reading to
Fair.
Minsk.
There you go. Okay, I don't want to ruin the rest of the evening by talking about the Spring King. We can visit that another time, but...
Yeah, I would like, our time together. The first time I think we've actually spent the night together. To not be talking about my ex-boss.
That's valid.
Anything else that you want there, Sheila?
She's gonna stand up. You said they could hear the music.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna be like, I think you owe me another dance.
He will stand up as well, and he'll say, are we doing one of your official dances, or are we doing a spring dance?
You can teach me a few spring steps.
Well, you know what's going to happen. He's going to look at the shoes. You can't dance spring in heels. Doesn't work.
Has anyone tried?
No. That's why we know it can't be done. Anyway, if something's not broke, why would you bother trying to fix it?
Because I like being the first at things.
You're definitely the first person that I enjoy dancing with.
Not kicking my shoes off yet. I promised you once I'll take my shoes off for you. Not tonight.
Alright, if you fall over, don't blame me. And
Never.
he goes through the ways to teach you, like, you know, like a basic kind of like almost like a Kaylee dance. Yeah, like kind of somewhere between like a Kaylee dance and those old school everybody involved medieval dances. You know, like the halfway mark between them. Not quite the Gay Gordons and not quite the Marigold. Somewhere in between. The Garygold.
There you go.
The Mary Gordons. And we'll bring that to a close there for you guys on your rest. And that's where we're going to take our break. When we come back into the next half, we're going to a celebration, a big party scene. It's just going to be freeform. You guys can do what you want. The Spring Entourage are going to be at this celebration because they did help, whether through official means or not, but they are still going to be included. So there is going to be chances for politicals, intrigue, talking to peoples. Don't go anywhere.
Making
folks.
friendships?
Potentially stabbing. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after the 15-minute break. I clicked the wrong thing. Hi there, folks. I clicked the start and soon screen. That was not what I meant to pick. Welcome back to part 2 of The Forming. As we return, it is the morning after the long rest. Sheila, what I will say is maybe an hour before everybody else gets up, one of the guards is going to come in and kind of rouse you and Khernun a little bit. And then kind of say, sorry to disturb you both, but milady, it's probably best that we get you out of here right now before everybody's awake.
Thank you for letting me know. Just 1 extra minute, then I'll be out, I promise.
Okay, cool. So they kind of like, right, okay, we'll be outside. And then they head outside the tent.
You want me to be at the trial?
Yeah, of course, because, well, if he's chopping my head off, the last thing I want to see is you. And if I'm being exiled, I'm walking out of there with you.
The former is not happening. Not even a possibility. We're not going to even talk about that. But yes, I'll be there. Don't worry.
As soon as I know when it is, I'll send word.
Okay. Can I sneak you anything out tonight? I'm not gonna lie, the food was fine last night, but I'm sure I can get you better.
Knowing that you're safe, that's enough.
I mean, I drank all your wine. Do you want more wine?
No. I don't usually drink that much, so I'll be alright without wine. Sheila, like, we're gonna have to change that.
We're gonna build up that tolerance. Sword training and drinking training.
Oh, to clarify, you've seen him drink before. He can handle alcohol. He just doesn't drink much.
Yeah.
Most spring folk are quite liberal. Like I said, they're based on the Irish. All jokes aside, spring folk are very, very liberal with their like celebrations and such, but it's not like a culture of like, you know, the stereotypes of always drinking. It's just more like when they drink, they do tend to get very merry with it. So what Khernun is saying is the amount of alcohol drank doesn't bomb. He doesn't drink often. Is what he's meaning.
Fair. Okay.
But he takes your hand and he gives it a squeeze and he says, no matter what happens, I love you. Alright? And after the trial, every day that we're together, I'm gonna make an effort of saying that to you at least once every day. Alright?
I love you too.
And you say that, and it's like you can't help himself, that smile just comes back out. And then he pulls you in. Yeah, I have a feeling he would. Pulls you in and he puts both his hands, like cups your face, and he kisses you. And it's like, you can feel the tension in his hands. It's like he knows that he's going to let go at some point, but he doesn't want to. Because as soon as he lets go, you go. But as he kisses you, he eventually lets go and he presses his forehead against yours. And then he kind of takes a deep breath, exhales, and then is like, go, or else I might not let you leave.
I'll see you soon.
You better.
Just turn and leave.
Okay.
Horse blinders. Don't look back.
You turn and leave, and as you exit the tent, you see the two guards that were there the night before. One of them is standing, but appears to be like almost leaning against like a bunch of crates next to him. Fairly unresponsive. And then the one that came in and roused you awake is kind of just standing there waiting, and he kind of gives you a kind of like look around, and then like, what?
Thank you.
Sorry. And as he's walking with you, you hear the sounds of a patrol coming by, and he goes, "Shit. Play along, all right?"
She'll cast polymorph, turn into a bird.
And you're just kind of like, "Grand, bye." And then, as you're flying away, and the patrol stops and looks at him, and he goes, "What? Some of us talk to trees, and I can't talk to a feckin' bird. Go fuck yourselves." And then he goes back to the tent and just kind of stands there. Sheila, you polymorph into a bird, and you're able to head back to the palace. The rest of you are going to rouse awake at this point. Like I said, Sheila, this happens about an hour before, so you can get there, grab a quick, what will count essentially as a short rest. What I'll do is, if you get there and just rest, I'll let you have that polymorph cast for free. So you still start back at the top there. So I want everybody to think about what they're doing, because as you guys wake up, the celebrations are already in swing. It's like there's an official start time for the celebration, but the public are like celebrating from like the early hours. So the celebrations are already in full swing. I want you guys to think about what you're doing while I'm just going to jump out for just 2 wee minutes. I'll be back in a moment. I need to use the bathroom. I should have done it at a break. I completely forgot, and now I realise I need to pee. So I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Go pee.
Think about what you guys want to do, okay?
It's like early in the day still, so we'd have like the whole day till like the official start of celebrations, right?
A whole day to pre-drink.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's autumn, so it's not a party, it's a block party.
Bottomless
Oh,
brunch.
yo, I could get behind a
Bottomless
block
brunch.
party.
Bottomless
I'm trying to-
brunch.
I've got a few things in mind, but I'm trying to figure out like what the order would be.
Just keep in mind that all of the brunch is corpse-fueled brunch.
Ash, when I come to
I mean,
England to visit,
Dead people too.
we are going to get bottomless brunch, correct?
When is this?
Hopefully next year.
Ooh,
Please.
Yeah, you're welcome.
that's awesome.
Harry, you're not invited.
She's coming to see me, so that'd be a bit awkward.
If I ever get
Yeah.
to get out there with tag along with my dad again,
She
if they
flies
go
in.
on tour through Europe again, I'll definitely let you know if we swing by London.
She flies in, fucking comes to my house, sleeps, goes, "Thanks for the room and board, bye," and just leaves.
Yeah, but she might not have a choice. Abacar will just come kidnap her.
See?
All I know
Either
is
way,
if
there's a bottomless brunch with me and Ash.
please take pics and put them in the group chat when you do. All I know is if and when any of y'all ever come to the New York area, I am taking you guys to all my favorite eats and like spots and stuff.
I want to go to Gen Con so bad, and I want to go
Same.
to the Edgar Allan Poe bar one night for dinner. I don't know why. Probably because I've been to the Poe house because that's in Philly.
Kung Fu
I
Panda.
mean, God no. Listen, you can get better food, like better Asian food and cheaper at like a Japanese onsen.
Oh, I made Harry. I didn't make him. So every once in a while, we watch the two British guys on YouTube, Jolly, where they try like the different foods from all over the world. And he watched the Philly cheesesteak and the Wawa episode.
Bro, Wawa is a place.
Wawa.
That's a fever dream.
Listen, Wawa is very
You-
much a like central to South Jersey thing. Up here, we've got Wonder Bagel.
You do not ever insult Wawa by calling it a fever dream.
It's a gas station with a menu to make your own Subway order, but there's more sauces than Subway.
Yeah, it's like Buc-ee's, but better.
Oh, Buc-ee's.
What's Buc-ee's?
It's like a Wawa, but for the South.
Oh, okay.
Like
got
Texas.
It's so good.
We've got Raising Cane's though.
We've got diners up here.
The diners.
Drives
Yo,
in
you
diners.
can't go wrong.
So good.
You can't go wrong with Jersey diners. Okay,
Hey,
that's all.
we've got like Casper's.
You wanna pancake the size of a pizza? Jersey diners.
We got the M&M store.
We do have
that.
that.
You guys have Legoland.
What, in
Well, we've got
Windsor?
Legoland.
I haven't been to Legoland Windsor since I was like 8 years old. I've still got my Lego driving license.
You really?
Yeah,
I need you to
That's
send me a
kind of
picture of your
adorable.
Lego driving license.
I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in my mum's like, oh my god, we got a scrapbook every 7 minutes.
You do not make fun of your lovely mother.
She's a dwarf of memory problems.
I'm gonna throw a shoe at you.
Do it.
Do it.
Stop making fun of your mom. She's so nice. His mom sends me books.
Oh,
And he thinks that he gets to just insult her. in
Hey,
front
I
of
went
me.
through
It's not
all of
happening.
my trauma with that woman. I'm allowed to insult her all I want.
That's
Your
fair. I
friends
insult
can't
my
even
mom.
insult her without
Never.
apologizing.
We like this, you know what I mean? We homies. And homies, they take the piss out of each other.
I text my mom. My mom hasn't answered me. Just so you guys all know, there's a town, like a little shopping town near here. And for how in the month of October for the Halloween season, which is my season,
Same.
they have a thing called Witch's Day Out.
oh, fuck
And
yes.
if you wear a witch's hat while you do the shopping, because it's a little shopping district, like it's a historic little shopping town, you get a discount throughout the entire village.
That's quite cool.
Would you
So
get a
I
double discount if you made your hat? Because I do have a witch's hat that I made myself.
It just has to be a witch's hat. That's the kind of the only requirement. So,
Fuck yes.
what is he sewing? Are you
Do you kn-
serious?
Do you know what I'm excited to show you, Liz?
What?
Something that is not, you are not going to enjoy, but it is
Spins.
peak British life.
Spins.
That, and I was going to say the tube.
The what?
Oh,
The tube.
the tube.
Oh, as long as you don't
Listen.
take her on like Northern Line around the Claphams.
Okay.
Listen, you have not suffered
Yeah,
until you've
we're
taken
going-
NJ Transit.
Yeah, we go Brixton.
NJ Transit. To take
Yeah,
the pack.
You feel my pain. You feel my pain.
Any subway station in New York.
The path trades. Oh god, fuck yes. Especially
And
right
if you're
now
s-
during the weekends with so much construction. Oh,
If
No.
you're in the South, you have to take the Patco into Philadelphia, which is its own separate train, and it only goes into Philadelphia to then walk to like 30th and Market to then take the train to wherever.
No,
Yeah.
Ash, it'll just be the Victoria line, isn't it? It's the tourist straight.
That's fair.
Oh,
Yeah.
Piccadilly
or
Circus, Leicester Square.
Just take her on Elizabeth Line and take her to like the completely.
I haven't been.
different
I
sides of the
moved. I
country.
Oh,
moved just before
also-
that opened. You know.
Did you?
Yeah.
It's really nice. Though they have some like random things where they'll literally be like, never mind guys, we're not gonna stop for the next 6 stops. And you end up in like a completely different city.
also when you come out to New York, don't take the cabs. Don't drive. Well, you might have to take cabs, but just don't drive. No one ever drives in New York unless they don't know any better or they don't have any choice.
I can't drive. Problem solved.
There you go.
Listen, even just driving through New York is a nightmare. If you have to go outside of New York, like, I mean, I had to drive into New York for like Comic-Con.
Why have you brought back Stormbreaker? What are we getting into?
Oh no, it was
That's-
next to my desk, so I just picked it up.
That's his emotional support
Casual
act.
flex.
Can you believe?
Listen, we all have
Can you
emotional
believe that when I
support
ordered?
weapons.
Funny, when I ordered this, they said it was life size.
Yeah, Dave.
I was like, I know I'm short, but it's definitely not life size. I gave it to Astrid. It's probably life size on Astrid.
Until she has a growth spurt.
Anyway, sorry, I just picked up. I'm back. So, when we come into it, as everybody's so thank you very much for being understanding about that wee break there, guys. As we come back to it, you guys rouse awake in time for the celebrations. What's everybody's kind of first steps as they wake up?
I mean, I have a question.
Okay, you have a question. By all means, go for it.
Where am I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got to take a joyride.
I was hoping that you were going to come back with that.
Also ironic since you're afraid of heights.
Elion, don't worry, I'm not going to have you carried off somewhere by a griffin.
I'm in some random tavern in Spring. Just...
And he
No,
was never seen again.
The griffin takes you on this flight over a vast swath of the autumn lands. You can see from the height you get to the area where the basilisks had you guys covered, Basilisk Canyon. You can see the forested pathway that came up around and over the mountain ridge that girdled it. You can see the other towns and city ships off in the distance of autumn, but then eventually this thing circles back round and brings you. And I guess I would ask you, would you gesture to like you know, that balcony, that's where, you know, drop me there, or
Sure,
take me
yeah,
down,
that's a good idea.
or take me down to the palace gates? Would you? Which one would you say?
I'd say if I can pinpoint the balcony of my room.
I'd say
if I
it's
can do
fair.
that exactly.
I'd say you'd be able to see Arya, like kind of standing on the wraparound of those, so you'd be able to identify. Oh, I guess that area is where we are staying.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the griffin will swoop down and kind of, Arya, this will be while you're doing your thing with the letter and such, so you won't hear or see it, kind of thing. And it will swoop down. It will land on that balcony, and kind of let you off. Is there the noises?
Yes.
The noises of a DM in thought, by the way, guys. No, it lands and kind of hunkers itself down to let you off.
Mm. Hop off.
You hop off, and there's no airs and graces. Once you hop off, it just kind of clicks at you, just that kind of like little sharp kind of like of the beak clicking together, but it's like an affectionate one, and then it dips away. One quick question before we jump to your rest: what do you do with the feather?
For now, it'll go. I'll attach it to the side of my pack, so it's like on the outside, sticking up.
It's like you've got a little antenna.
Yeah.
Awesome. So thank you very much. I was actually saying to myself, if he doesn't ask, I'm going to have it drop him somewhere in the middle of a mountain. I'm going to do it. So thank you very much for remembering. Okay, so Elon, you have your midnight ride with this griffin, and it's given you a feather, and you've got it in your pack. Okay, cool, that's fine. I'm going to say yes on a technicality, but we'll come back to that. What do you guys want to do as you wake up from your rests?
Does anyone want to go first, or? Okay. Well, Arya will probably get up, do her usual morning yoga, and get dressed out of her sleep clothes, which I imagine is like the Fae equivalent of an oversized t-shirt dress. And first things first,
like an overgrown tunic kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that. Like the shoulder slouch, like the. And she gets some breakfast, but she's also gonna. She was thinking a lot about her conversation with Azrael and this new thing with her father, and she needs to talk about this with someone, and there's one friend in particular who she knows also has a history of complicated relationships with their parents. So as she's getting breakfast, she's also kind of pocketing some stuff to go with her, and she's gonna kind of make like she's taking a walk, and then she's gonna go on her boots, go invisible, and fly over to wherever Khernun's being stashed, because she knows when she's flying, and with the ring of invisibility, she's nigh invisible.
Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely fine. So you're going over to where Khernun is.
Mm-hmm.
Reverie.
Because I know it's still early before the celebration starts.
Yeah, so the celebrations are already going in public. You can see them as you're flying
but
over.
like officially.
Yeah, the official one.
Because she wants to join in that, but...
The official ones will be commencing in about an hour and a half.
Okay, yeah, so that's plenty of time then.
Reverie, what about you when you wake up?
Reverie, who fell asleep just sitting next to the door in their armor, gets up and is very like bone creaky when they get up.
Uh-huh.
And then immediately just moves to do their morning prayers. Their morning chat with the Raven Queen, really. And then we'll just kind of go about her day, just exploring, most likely, the castle.
Okay. Exploring the castle.
Yeah.
Anything in particular you're looking for, or you're just looking around?
No, I think like she's gonna see if she sees any other familiar faces back from when what was left of the small town they had moved here.
Okay. Then in that case, roll me an investigation. Investigation. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
$24.
24. Okay. So nobody in the palace. Sorry, no, that's not even remotely correct. There is a couple of people you would recognise. So most of them are just people who were kind of like, from around, so to speak. But one particular person will catch your eye within the palace. A very elderly Eladrin. Like, this Eladrin is like, like old. They're like, they've got easily like 5,000 years under their belt. Which, I know in the grand scheme of things, Eladrin, up until they came over here, Eladrin were immortal. Now they still haven't seen what the tail end of an Eladrin's lifespan is, but there are currently Eladrin who are sitting at 6,000 and 7,000 years old. They are considered elders, especially if they live on this mortal plane. This one's about 5,000 years old. In Eladrin scales, you're looking at them being about 70 years old. In human scales, you're looking at about a 70-year-old. But like I said, Eladrin, very much like elves, they don't show their age in the typical sense. It's more about how they hold themselves, how they speak, words and such. She could still easily pass for somebody in their early to mid-30s, easily. Eladrin do not age in standard ways. You guys could be verging on to, you guys could be on your deathbed and still looking like you're 34. You would know her as Logon's minder from when he was younger.
Oh.
Okay, so he's brought her along to the palace with him. She does have a name. Her name is Wyla.
Okay. I'll approach.
Okay. And she's sitting there and she's just doing like wee crochet. With like a wee bone hook.
It's good to see you, Wyla.
She kind of looks up and she's like, "Oh no, Reverie, that's you, isn't it, love?"
It's me.
"Oh, you haven't aged a day near you have." Well, then again, I say that about everybody. "How are you doing, pet?"
I'm doing very good. I'm very happy to see you.
"It warms the old bones to see you as well, it does, love."
Are you excited for the wedding?
"I'm very, very excited, I am. I really am. It's nice to see him smiling and happy. Truth
I
be
agree.
told, I thought it would be you two getting married at some point, but, I imagine, what's for you won't go by you, like they say, so must not have been the right one."
Possibly. I also think, nobility sometimes doesn't get to marry just out of pure love. But I like Koljata a lot. She seems very nice.
She is a lovely lass, she is, and she does a good job of keeping a smile on his face. Are you looking for anything in particular, dear?
No, well, I just wanted to see people from town, but before we moved here.
Well, I can't think of anyone really. My memory's starting to go though, love, so don't hold me to much account. Is there anyone around? I don't think there is anyone around now I'm thinking on it. Most people migrated off and went to their own little areas out in the far-flung ends of the autumn lands, dear.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, I feel like I've given you bad news now.
Never. How could you? You're sitting right here. You're from home. Logan's here. He's from home.
I suppose that is true, isn't it? Well, it's nice to see another face from home. And she kind of looks at you and she kind of does that wee kind of granny-esque smile and pats your cheek and is like, "Oh, your mum would be proud, she would."
I try to make her proud.
And I'm sure you do, love. From everything we've heard about you, you're doing a good job of making everybody from home proud. I heard you beat up a bunch of the undead, you did?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Never could see a lad win a fight against you, near I could.
Well, not many tried.
It's 'cause they knew better, love. That's 'cause they knew better. Are you happy, love?
I'm getting there. I think just so much happened so fast, and it's a lot. But I think I'm getting there. Trying to find my new self.
I don't know what to say, I really, really hope that you find that happiness, because you do deserve it.
Thank you. I hope Logan is giving you everything you want.
Oh, he treats me very well, he does. I have a nice room, and I have all the time in the world I could want to crochet.
Good, because if he didn't, I have no problem going to yell at him. I yelled at him last night, actually.
What did you yell at him for?
He thought I was just going to show up to the wedding without an invitation. So I had no idea.
The next time I see him, I'll clip him around his lugs, so I will.
I've already yelled at him quite a bit.
Ah, but I haven't yelled at him, and if I yell at him, it'll be much worse.
That is true.
To reiterate, Wyla is also a fairy. So, she's just this wee... She's shorter than you. She's maybe about 3 feet tall. She's wee all hunched over in a wee crochet needle, so like she'll float down like rattly seed with the back end of a crochet hook.
I have to ask, what do her wings look like?
Her wings, I imagine them looking a bit like dragonfly wings. You know those ones that need like effort to get you off the ground? Yeah.
Love it.
I love her so much.
Is there anything in particular in the palace you're looking for, Reverie, before the celebrations start?
No, just like interesting things. Anything that would kind of catch Reverie's eye.
Okay. Upon your wandering, as you make your way down through the kind of locales and levels of the mountain, you can see a heavy guard presence around what for you is the 7th floor. Now, to be specific about what I mean by the 7th floor, I'm going by UK terminology, okay? So we don't go 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, okay? We go ground floor, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, okay? So it's 7 floors above the ground. Okay? Your area is on the 11th floor above the ground. Okay? Your rooms. So 7th floor above the ground. There's a lot of guard presence here. Now, what's on this floor, you don't know. But there is, like, easily, with you walking down one corridor, you come across easily 15 guards.
Okay. I'm going to channel... Reverie's gonna, like, channel her inner Sheila.
Okay.
And kind of eye up the guards as she passes by some of them.
Okay.
And then pick one, and I'm gonna kind of walk up. And just Reverie's gonna place her hand on his arm.
Okay.
And go, I'm sorry. I'm a little new to the castle. I'm a friend of Koljana and Logan's. Is there what's this floor for?
Make me a... So, I asked this question so I know what kind of check to give you. Are you flirting, or are you just trying to appear innocent and in need of help?
Flirting.
Flirting? Okay. Make me a persuasion check, please.
14.
Okay. On a 14, they kind of like... well, I'm not really supposed to say what's up here, but, Well, you seem like an interesting sort, so I'll give you a little bit. So, a very important item has been brought here. We have surprise guests. The king of the Springlands arrived here in the early hours of the morning, and well, he brought something with him to share with the king. The Primarchs. Some sort of gift that he's going to give them. And well, it's all being kept here. All of the official gifts and belongings of the Spring Courts, or the Springlands Crown Court, are being held here, as is the room for the king himself.
Oh, how interesting! That's wonderful. Well, I don't want to disturb the king or anything, though. I met him recently. What rooms are they all in, so that way I know what to not even go near?
Oh, that's going to be another persuasion check.
That's even better. That's a 21.
You're kind of like, I'm not really supposed to say, but I mean, if you're already a friend of his, well, I mean, I'm sure he won't mind. And he's going to say, see, we make it out as if he's in the room behind the big important double doors, right there. And he points towards the double doors at the end of the corridor, and he goes, but that's actually a trap, you see. If you go through there and you're not invited, then, you know, pain. And then it points to a door at the opposite end of the corridor. It looks like a very, very simple single door, and he goes, he's in that room there. But he doesn't want to be disturbed right now. I have to reiterate that. He did say we want to let anybody in.
Oh, I have no desire to disturb him. Like I said, I just want to make sure I know where to not go near.
Alright, okay.
Are you gonna be off for the festivities tonight, or will you still be guarding?
I actually had the night shift, so I'll be off in like an hour.
Okay. Well, if you see me at the party, maybe we can share a dance.
I love that. I would. That'd be a good bit of fun. That.
Then I will see you tonight. Maybe get some rest.
I will. I definitely will.
Okay, and then I'm gonna cast Mislead.
Okay. Can you read Mislead out for everybody else?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, you become invisible at the same time that an illusory double of you appears where you are standing. The double lasts for the duration, but the invisibility ends if you attack or cast a spell. I can use my action to move my illusory double up to twice my speed and make it gesture, speak, and behave in whatever way I choose. I can see through its eyes and hear through its ears, as if I were located where it is. On each of my turns as a bonus action, I can switch from using its senses to using my own, or back again. While I am using its senses, I am blinded and deafened in regard to my own surroundings.
What's the saving throw he needs to make to not be fooled?
It doesn't say.
There's
that
no
there's a saving throw. No.
Alright, usually there's like an investigation check you've got to make.
I guess it's because it's an invisibility, so if he had see invisibility on.
Oh, well, they don't have that.
I mean, I know some spells don't have saving throws, like Gift of Gab doesn't, or Sense
Yeah,
Motion.
but usually with illusions, it'll say, like, you know, they have to make an investigation check or blah blah blah.
Oh.
No, just fucking okay. Alright, your illusory double makes its way off. What are you doing while you're invisible?
I want to go investigate the door.
Okay, the single door that leads to the king's room.
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way towards it. take a hold and give a wee push, it does not appear to be locked. Just heavily guarded.
Okay. I'll wait for the door to like open naturally
Okay.
for
And then
something,
try
and then I'll
suck through it.
slip in. Yeah.
Okay, so make me an acrobatics check on that.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics, because you're trying to, when a door opens, you're trying to weave your way in there without touching somebody. So it's a very dexterous way of moving. However, you are small, much like gnomes and such are, and they do get advantage on these particular kind of things, moving through something else's space. So I will give you advantage on it.
Oh, I get advantage? Okay.
I'll give you advantage on it.
Right, so that is a 22.
Okay, perception checks. Yeah, no. An 11 and a 15, they definitely do not have a +7 in perception. 2 guards exit the room. 2 spring guards. Heavily armoured. Like, more armoured up than Khernun usually is. These guys are wearing full plate. And you manage to kind of weave your way in between them and get inside the room as the door is closed. And as the door closes, you see an arcane glyph shimmer on the door.
So that is not a way out for me. That's fine.
And inside is a very, very well appointed stateroom, and you can see the King of the Springlands. You got a kind of brief glimpse of him at the Twilight Ball, but here he's very slight for a Spring Eladrin. Spring Eladrins are kind of the only ones that are taller than them are Autumn Eladrins, but Spring Eladrins tend to be not broader, but like the muscle tends to be more compacted. Like Autumn Eladrin are built to be tall, and they're built for big manual labour, heavy lifting. Spring Eladrin are built as almost like sprinters. Whereas Autumn Eladrin are built like, I guess you would say, like construction workers, big, broad, thick arms, thick legs. Spring Eladrin are built like hunters. They are built, their muscles are tight and coiled. He doesn't really have that. He's got the height, certainly. He's about maybe 2 or 3 inches shorter than Khernun, but he's much more slight. The way I describe it is like Asgardians are supposed to look like blah, but Loki looks like blah. He has a very Loki-esque frame to himself.
Mm-hmm.
And quite a common trait among Spring Eladrin is curly hair. At the very least, like a wave in the hair. Their hair is very straight. Still that kind of coppery auburn colour that is quite common in spring, but very straight. And then he has heterochromia. So he has one, again, very common green eye. And the other eye, there's no iris to it. It's just pupil and sclera, and it's just white and black. White with a black pupil.
Okay. What is he doing?
He's sitting at a table with a bowl in front of him.
Can I go inspect the bowl?
Certainly can.
Not like, obviously not touching him, but like...
How are you inspecting it? Are you wanting to investigate it? Are you wanting to get a right good snoop about and perceive it? Or are you wanting to do something else?
Let's try and perceive it, because I have good perception.
Okay, roll me a perception check.
$16?
It's a very old school spring bowl. Like, it's made of wood, but it's like raw wood. Like, the bark is still on the outside of it. Pretty old school. The only one you would have seen like this is like Khernun's grandmother had a bowl like this. I mean, not like the exact same bowl, but more like a bowl that, with the wood and texture being very similar. So it's a very, very old school spring bowl, very, very old. But you can see there are glyphs, carvings around the edge of the bowl. You read Sylvan, don't you?
Yes.
You can read what it says there. It's an old adage, an old. I don't have the exact rhyme written down. I did write it down. I don't know what I've done with a bit of paper. It's along the lines of hubble, bubble, toil, and trouble, but not those exact words. But one of those kind of. It's like a rhyme. It's like a rhyme.
Okay. And he's just staring into this bowl.
Oh no, there's something in the bowl.
What's in the bowl?
Soup. As he takes a
Just
spoon.
soot?
He takes a spoon and eats some of the soup.
What's in the soup?
I mean, with your perception check, you can smell vegetables, but beyond that, I mean, unless you want to get your fingers in about there and try and see what's there, I don't know what else to tell you.
Nope. I'm just making sure, it's not like finger stew.
Oh, no. For breakfast? Never.
Okay. I think I'm gonna hang around and watch what he does for a little while.
Okay, if you're hanging around, then after he finishes, he lifts a napkin to his mouth and dabs it off. And then he stands and he's going to walk over to, he's got a well-appointed room, as I said. He's got like a mirror, bedside table, all that kind of jazz, right? And he walks over to the mirror and takes his hand and goes up, down, left, right, and then swirls in a circle. And the mirror goes blank. And his form shimmers and shifts. And it becomes that blue person with the twisted horns that got you guys out of the hag enclosure. Out of the hallucinatory terrain. You have never seen them before, Reverie, so you wouldn't know. But they take on like blue skin. Very, very, very articulated fey features. And almost like horns, but horns shaped in like a crown around their head. And they start to speak in Sylvan to the mirror. And what they're saying to the mirror is, I'm here. I'm doing as you asked. I don't think this is going to work. And you hear coming from the mirror, Reverie, you hear in Sylvan a voice say, well, we have to make sure it's going to work then, don't we? Because after all, what they did to your dear, sweet, departed mother, we can't let them get away with, dear. And you understand that, don't you? And you don't see anything in the mirror, but you do see a gnarled hand with long, cracked and craggly nails, warts and hair along the upper arm of it reach out, and that nail extends and almost like scratches under his chin, and you can make an insight check.
That's an 18.
18. He kind of moves his head back. He does it in a very, very clever manner, as if he's moving away from being tickled, but you see the slightest micro expression of disgust on his face. He says in Sylvan, he says, I just want the ones who brought her to her death to understand what they did. Innocents don't have to die, Auntie. And the voice says, well, your other aunt and I feel very differently about that. Your mother was our youngest sister, and we don't take kindly to people harming those of the coven. So do your job, and nobody will ever find out your dirty little secret. And then the hand comes back inside the mirror, and the mirror becomes a mirror again. Reverie, I want to leave you there, and I want to go quickly to Sheila because I know that Ash has got to jump off in a wee just under 10 minutes. So I'm going to jump over to Sheila quickly just now because I understand we're probably going to run a wee bit longer. So I want to get Sheila done and out of the way so that Ash, you can jump off. So Reverie, I'm going to leave you there. Sheila, anything you want to do in the quick wee bit of time? I know we did get a wee bit lost there. If there is anything that comes into the next session, we'll happily jump back to you and do it there. But is there anything you want to do in this wee bit of time of kind of getting ready for the main celebrations and such? Or is there anything you think Sheila would be doing? Would Sheila be snooping around, or would Sheila be trying
I think maybe just trying to get an ear to if she can pick up anything more from, because you said the spring people are going to be around, right?
Oh yes, so spring soldiers and spring court officials and such have arrived. What I will tell you is, from your knowledge of the courts, knowing the people that have shown up from the spring courts, you can definitely assume that if these people are here, all the way up to the top is probably here. So the king of the Springlands is probably here.
She'll just tuck that away in her back pocket for now.
Mm-hmm.
But can she just couldn't see if she can get any gossip information.
Awesome.
That's
Are you trying to hear a big, medium, or small gossip?
I feel like it'd be if she was trying to figure out just if there's any word about people's thoughts on how the battle went, why the king didn't agree to come support,
right, okay.
Just medium, okay. Right? Probably.
Yeah, that's a medium one. So what you do is, based on the number, based on the time, and based on the amount of people you're probably going to hear and your expertise in it, what you do is make me an investigation, and I'm going to give you advantage on that.
Thank God for that advantage. That is 19.
19. Oh, double nat ones. You always love to see that when you're rolling with advantage, don't you? Okay, so on a 19, with the double nat ones as well, I'm going to give you this. As you're, keeping your ear to the grindstone and just milling about, nothing official has started yet, but you're in the kind of official area, the main hall, mincing around, small talk, plus A. You are going to get a couple things. One, a lot of the spring court find it very strange, the decision that was made. There are 3 people on the spring court who are calling for Khernun to be executed. One of them give me just a moment. One of them is a knight. Her name is Sir Callias. Sir, as in the title, her name Callias. Callias. Who, from the rumours, you can tell that is the knight that you guys picked a fight with, the severe monarchist. The other ones are 2 kind of elderly appointees on the kind of spring noble court. One who goes by Lady Hardelm. Hard elm, as in the type of tree. A very, very traditional and to the bones spring lady. She's been on the court now for several hundred years. And her daughter, who is new to the court, who goes by Miss Hardelm. And she holds several of her mother's opinions, but is also an ear to the younger, newer generation of Spring Eladrin coming over here and calling it home. The three of them want Khernun to be executed for his crime of treason and impersonating the ruler of the Springlands. As they're saying, the dutifully elected ruler of the Springlands. All three of them are present here. Anything else that you would like to do, Sheila? Can't tell Sheila
Can
she's
I go
listening to an absolute bop, or is like, yeah, there's things I want to do.
I have internal music in my head.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
Can I also go for a small secret?
You want to go for a secret as well? Okay.
I want to double dip.
You want to double dip? Okay, cool. So let me see. A small secret. Okay, I've got it in my head. Roll me D100.
Oh, D100.
Yeah, we're going to go D100 on this one just because of the rigmarole of it. D100, it's a small secret, so it's not going to be a high number.
47.
Yeah, fucking blows it out of the water, absolutely. I was sitting thinking, like, D100, we'll put it as a DC 20. Yeah, fucking blows it out of the water. Looking for a small secret, easy them to find, okay? You hear that, the king doesn't have an official, he doesn't have a marriage as of yet, but he is, courting the hands of several eligible ladies, and one of them has been brought here with him today. Now, her, what's the word I'm looking for? Her identity. Her identity is not supposed to be known, but you hear a secret. This small secret that you gather is that apparently he has been promised the hand of someone whose hand was already promised before. As in, she was already promised to be married to someone, and he's now been promised above that, and it hasn't been made official yet, so she's here as a friendly guest.
Okay. I think that'd be about it. It's mostly just like trying to get the lay of the land, and probably not having expected the King of Spring.
Absolutely
Come.
fine. That's absolutely grand. Okay, so if that's you until the official party begins, then Sheila, if you need to jump off, by all means feel free, and we will see you next week. Right, love.
Don't kill anyone.
We'll try not to.
Not without you.
Right, now hold on just till I move everybody's faces about. Because we're all mixed up. I think that's us there. No, it's not. I made it worse. So I need you to go where you are, and you... Right, okay, cool. Got it. I've got it. I know for a fact I've got it. Everybody just needs to be rotated. So you need to go there. No, I'll do it like this. You need to go there. That should be it. I did it in one move. I moved all three of you in one move. I'm so fucking good at this. Righty, so with that being what Sheila does, now I want to jump to... Oh, who'd be interested? I want to jump to Elion. Hi, buddy. Elion, you wake up fresh-faced. The official start of the party is in about an hour and a half from now. but you are given free reign of the castle except for the restricted areas. What would you like to do?
Not entirely sure. I guess if it's about an hour and a half, I will attempt to find clothes because I don't want to be going out in tattered rags and.
Absolutely, of course. Your room has been, given a wardrobe. Your wardrobe still has some summer colours in it, but it's also been taken note of your appearance change. So there is some darker clothes in here, as well as just some standard autumn colours, which is a lot of kind of like burnt oranges, browns, maybe dappling into almost like beige greys. Still some summer colours there, bright, vibrant yellows and reds and bright oranges, and then there is some that's just kind of like charcoal, black clothes as well. So
I'm gonna find the most ostentatious red and orange outfit in that wardrobe.
Right.
Don it.
Okay. So it's like so autumn has an almost at this moment in time, autumn has a very verging into early medieval clothing style. So you're talking like a doublet and like a long sleeved, probably the early start of like drawstring cuffs, into like leather trews and heavy leather boots. Not quite as ostentatious as like summer, and they're very, I'd say, almost beginning to verge into Baroque era clothing. This is very early medieval, where even the highest of nobility still wore clothes that were built to be suitable for purpose as well as style.
And then I guess we just explore. I mean, I don't have any reason to be going out to the festivities on my own.
Okay.
I don't think where I'd want to go. Oh, here's one. Is there a training / sparring room?
There is indeed, and it's on the 6th floor.
I'm going to go find that.
Okay. You make your way to the 6th floor, and inside there's only 3 other people. There is 2 knights who are one of them is Autumn Eladrin, the other one is Spring Eladrin, and there's a kind of elderly Spring Eladrin standing watching these 2 spar. And every now and again going in towards the Spring Eladrin knight, who's wearing padded training gear meant to simulate the weight of plate and stuff, and every now and again giving a correction of stance and such before telling them to go back at it. But yeah, that's what's there just now.
I'll approach the old timer.
Okay. And he kind of sees you coming and goes, if you're looking to get on the mats, we're gonna be here for a while.
I'm into something a bit less protective, if you catch my drift.
You're one of them dancey fighters then, are you?
I do like to think it's an art form.
Yeah. I like to think it's being showy when you could just chop someone in half. Then he kind of goes, move your feet. If you stand like a tree, you'll get chopped down like one.
My fencing instructor once told me the show is a form of psychological warfare. Your opponent, knowing that you've got all this extra movement, gets under their skin sometimes.
That's one way to look at it. I fought a fencer once, so I did. Master fencer he was as well. Chopped him in half because my sword was twice the size of him, and he brought a toothpick to a sword fight.
May I ask what this fencer... who this fencer was?
Oh fuck, I don't even know his name. It was a long time ago, and well, I cut him in half in one fucking move. Not worth knowing his name after that.
You are a man of great renown then, I assume.
Probably not by anywhere outside of the Springlands, but inside the Springlands I'm fairly well known.
So, 3 decent fighters know who you are.
He's gonna turn, look at you and kind of smile at that and say, "Do you know, you've got a fact there. There's only about 3 real high quality fighters running around in Spring right now. 2 of them happen to be in this here room. Although at the moment, she's not doing everything she's supposed to be doing. If this was a real fight, she'd have lost her hand by now." He kind of looks up and down and goes, "So what's your deal?"
I'm cocky.
You know, when some people hear cocky, they hear arrogant. When I hear cocky, I hear you're a dick.
I think both apply.
Do you
I don't
have
suppose you have anyone more seasoned for me to train with?
more seasoned? You're staring at the upcoming Knight of the Green Blade right there.
But she's making a lot of fucking mistakes, so she can't be that great.
Think you can take her on then, do you?
I'll do it without the fancy swords I've got too.
Right, I tell you what then. Part of the celebrations is a small tourney. Unofficial, of course. No official rankings. But how about a gentlemanly bet on it there for you?
I don't have any money.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not betting money.
Yeah, I gave it to some homeless children.
I bet you my sword. You can't beat her in a fight.
Well, that's unfair, because I just got mine. I don't want to give these away.
Oh no, I don't want your sword off you. I just want you to admit publicly you got beat when you said you could beat her.
Well, if it's a public tourney, it'll be presented.
Oh, you'll be presented. But the ultimate disgrace for a knight is to have to vocally stand in front of people and say you were bested when you boasted that you would win. So you do that, and I'll bet you my sword. If you beat her, fair play, you get my sword. And he's going to pat the great sword behind him.
Detect magic.
It's magical.
Yeah. Okay. It's a bit big for me.
Might be a bit big for you, but it's worth a lot. Only 3 of these swords ever left the Feywilds. Worm Slayers. Dragon Renders.
You that confident in your protege?
I'm not confident in your inability to dance around a giant fucking sword.
Deal.
Shaking on it. He puts his hand out.
I'll forearm him.
Ah, right, okay, cool. He forms out and he goes, "Grant, what's the name I need in order to put you into the rosters?"
Do you just need my first name or do you want my full name?
Oh, and he kind of looks at you and he kind of gives you a kind of like disparaging, like we kind of, "You're not a knight, are you?" Oh, there was me thinking I was dealing with somebody of some stature. Ah, well, we'll make it a friendly match, shall we?
I mean, you can knight me. Make it official.
I don't have the power to knight you, lad. Has to be a ruling member of the nobility.
Oh, okay. Can you give me 10 minutes before you put my name down?
Okay.
I'm going to go find Logon.
You're going to go and ask Logon to knight you? I'm going to make you an official Knight of Autumn.
Yeah. Can't have a friendly. That's not a real fight.
Hold on. Are you going to Logon and asking him to knight you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I just Is that my phone? Because I just had a brief wee flash of something there on, and I will make you aware of it, because it could be character altering. When you are knighted, you're swearing fealty.
Oh shit.
That's
Okay,
why,
no.
because you've only just went to Oathbreaker. I'd hate to be putting you into like, hey, swap it again, Oath of the Crown, motherfucker. So just to double check on that, we can try and figure out a way around it. Just give me a wee minute to have a wee think on it. But I just knew it. We're gonna get knighted. I was like, cool, shenanigans, and I went, oh shit. Right. Okay,
Maybe like
okay,
an
okay.
honorary position.
I was about to say, yeah, okay, cool. Right, so you want to go find Logon. Logon can be easily found. His room is at the very, very top. You can be directed up there. When you're directed there, and you're shown into Logon's room, he is being dressed. Like he's got his arms out like that, and he's got people putting clothes on. He's like, "Hello, Elion. How
Didn't know
much
you
do
were
I?
such a stunner, young man.
How much do I have to bribe you not to mention this to Reverie?"
My price for secrecy is very high.
I'm about to be a king. Or a Primarch.
Primarch. 7,400 gold.
You swear this'll never go to Reverie's ears?
No.
Well, I'm not gonna fucking do it then, am I? What can I do
I
for
need
you?
I need you to knight me. But not officially. Just for the next 24 hours.
What do you mean, like, just... What have you done, who have you done, or who have you hurt?
Done? No one yet. Who have I done? No one yet. That requires a bit of alcohol and bravery. What have I done? I may have challenged one of your protege Green Blade initiate things to the local tournament this afternoon.
Oh, they had nothing to do with me. The Green Blade is like a new thing that started in spring. It is. Some very, very grand smith has, promised to make a powerful weapon for a knight who is who proves their worth and their skill and blah blah blah, yak yak, all that bullshit about it. No, they just wanted to hold it here. Who did you challenge?
I don't know her name.
Oh, well, I mean, I know who it is from you saying her. Apparently you're going to be going up against Sakalias.
Oh, the flustered woman from the gate.
The flustered woman who's, only one of the most skilled swordsmen in all of Spring.
I told her she had really long teeth.
I'm pretty sure people have been killed for saying less to her.
So the problem is to participate in your little tournament that you have going this afternoon, I need to be a knight of a realm.
Or have a royal backing. Right, well, I'm not going to knight you because, well, that's just a whole confusing rigmarole of shit. But what I will do is I'll give you and he kind of like, can I move my hand? And they kind of stop and he kind of like takes hand and goes, you have the Primarch of Autumn's blessing to participate in this tourney in a friendly manner.
Can I get that in writing?
Can somebody write that and I'll sign it? And, it gets quickly written up, and the the Primarch's stamp goes on, and he takes the quill in his hand and signs it. Then he goes, right, if you take that to him, it'll count as a document saying that you've got my royal backing. You're temporarily a knight, Sir Elion of the Bronze Gates. Go ahead.
Bronze Gates? Which Bronze Gates am I a knight of?
The Bronze Gates, there are those doors right there. If you don't get outside, I'm going to slam them in your fucking head.
This is a lot of big talk coming from a man currently in his skivvies.
I will absolutely call for you to be arrested and executed publicly. And then he's going to look over like Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? And this like aide goes like, I mean, on a technical scale, yes, but like, I wouldn't just be going around executing. See, you heard him, Elion. I can do it. I will fucking do it.
I just saved your dirty,
Guards!
crusty town.
Guys!
Foot! Mouth!
I love the bullshit jibes they've got to each other.
And then, as soon as I have it in writing, I'll march it back to Old Yeller.
It's fucking Old Yeller. Okay, you march it back, you hand it over to him and he goes, temporarily annoyed, that's it, you are.
Well, I don't
Alright.
want to keep such a dirty title the entire time.
She's gonna have fun pummeling you into the dirt.
Yeah, I didn't recognise her with all the gear on, but we had a bit of an interaction yesterday.
You're the one that mentioned her teeth, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. She named a dummy after you in training yesterday.
It's funny, I named a beaver off my window, the same thing.
Can she hear this? I'm gonna roll that perception check. You love it when the dice tell the story, don't you? Nat 20 on her perception check. So she's gonna turn, you just hear this muffled yell in Sylvan. Like, you fucking bastard! And then when she sees you, and she rips the helmet off, and immediately strips the helmet off, she does this. And puts her hand up to her mouth. And then she looks at the old guy and goes, is he up in the rankings? And he goes,
I am now.
Officially mentioned by the ruler of Autumn. And she goes, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
With that really terrible footwork, I'll be surprised if you make it to the arena.
We'll see how quick your mouth moves when we're in that arena. And she's gonna grin.
This is going to be very fun.
The old guy's gonna go, you understand this is an honor-bound duel, right?
100%.
I hope your fancy footwork doesn't rely on magic.
No?
Grant?
Enhances me, really, but...
Well, that magical enhancement's not gonna be there. No magic allowed.
That's fine. That's fine.
Grant, see you then there, lad. Right, now you, back to that footwork. And Elion, you have got yourself signed into a duel with the most talented sword fighter in all of Spring.
I love how freaking giddy you are. So many feet crammed into your mouth, and you're just like it's like Christmas.
These knights don't intimidate me, bro.
One of these days, you're gonna say the wrong thing in front of the wrong bit of slag in front of the wrong person. You're just gonna get pumped in the nose.
Hey, the game's the game. This is all psychological warfare.
What warfare? We just got done with the siege.
If I'm going to win a duel, I want to make it so in the doubt that she's not as good as she thinks she is.
Okay.
I don't understand your
works.
logic.
Excuse me just a wee minute, guys. I have to do something quickly. Okay, Google,
Has that ever actually worked for Elion, that tactic?
play a loud noise.
Well, the only duel that I've ever lost is against Kesseles that I let him win.
Right, you let him win.
Well, I used 2 0-damage strikes for 2 turns. As of yet, I have yet to lose a 1v1.
Yeah, that's only because our Khernun was holding back.
My record still stands.
Awesome. Sorry about that. I couldn't find my phone, guys, so I had to just find my phone there. Awesome. So, after that lovely, lovely interaction from Elion there, Elion, you're signed up to take part in the tourney in these celebrations.
Mm-hmm.
Arya, we're going to come to you now. What would Arya be doing as she wakes?
Well, like I said, she went invisible and on her wing boots with some food to
Yeah,
go
you went over to
sneak in
Khernun,
and
I
talk
do
to.
remember now. Sorry,
Yeah.
I do remember now. So
No worries. Yeah, before
in-
the
you can see
festivities.
where there's like, you know, somebody taking like a tray of not very appetizing looking food to this kind of pale green tent, and handing it to a guard who takes it inside. It's safe to assume that's where Khernun is being held.
All right. I'm gonna get a little bit closer, but not go fully inside the tent until the person who brought him his food comes back out.
Okay?
Just so I can
the-
sneak in a little easier.
They're in there for like 30 seconds. So the tent is propped open. It's not like it's a flap or anything. It's propped open.
Oh, okay.
They're in there for like 10 seconds, drop the food, brief conversation, then they leave. As you land and you see inside Khernun, you can see him. Like, you know, he's sitting eating away. He's got this big grin on his face.
I'm just gonna plop down crisscross applesauce, and while I'm still invisible, be like, "Want to eat something a little bit better?" And then I'll go visible again. Hi.
Arya, Jays, it's getting kind of chilly in the morning here, isn't it? And you hear a kind of from outside, son of a... And then you hear the sound of metal hitting metal very hard. And then you hear a brief scuffle. And then a hand sticks its way into the tent just with a thumbs up. And Khernun goes, sorry, have to be a bit discreet around certain guards.
Gotcha.
Is everything alright? Is everybody okay? Is Sheila alright?
Yeah, yes, we're all okay. Don't worry.
Right, okay.
We're all just kind of, doing our own thing before we all meet up for the celebrations later. Thought you could use some company and a snack. And, well, I wanted to check in on you and ask you a few things. The first of, here, and she'll pass her the food that she snuck in. How you doing?
He'll take bits of the food and just start kind of like tearing it up and eating it and be like, honestly, I'm alright. I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would be.
A lot of them don't agree with what the king's choices was either. I sensed their emotions. It's a bit mixed and muddled, but for the most part, they all seem to think they all want to come help out too. I mean, makes sense. That's what spring does. You look after your kinfolk. You go with your gut. Go with your free choice. Protect each other. I learned that from you and Magnolia. I'm honestly pretty shocked that the king didn't agree to help at the first place. I mean, I saw him get crowned briefly, and I know that's what spring does. And I mean, I may not agree with it, but hey, if the forest chose him, then the forest chose him. Forest and spring spoke. But you don't deserve this.
I don't regret what he did at all, and I would do it again, easily, hands down. So whatever decision comes from it, I accept it willingly. At the end of the day, the ones I love are safe, and the woman that I love is safe. So I'm good.
Good. You've always got a place with us. But I'm also here because I wanted to ask you, pick your brain about something that I think of all of my friends in the party, you would probably understand the most. So I found out some things recently about myself. Turns out I'm not really actually an Eladrin. I'm something new. Something called an Asma. Basically, it means I'm descended from angels, blah, blah, blah. And apparently there was another one who was like me out there. I mean, it explains why I was so different growing up. And at first I thought the other summer Ladrin, who was an Asimar too, was my big brother Maltharion, because my ancestor I met who taught me this said that whoever it was a great warrior with a good, kind heart, but then something made them go dark. Like, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically our song, what makes us us, which is normally joyful and full of longing, turned to heartbreak and despair. And at first I thought it was Maltharion, but then I learned recently that it's actually my father. He's the one who's the Aasimar like me, so
Your father's
I don't really know how to feel.
Your father's the asshole one, right?
Yeah, basically one half of the source of my childhood trauma, along with my mother. Although my mother's was a lot more direct. But yeah, my father, who I've always been afraid of, always seen as kind of monstrous. I mean, he's the reason I refused to grow horns like the rest of my family growing up. I was terrified he'd burn them off like he did with Sauron when he wanted to study magic in Winter. So to know that he used to be like me, or still is, but something made him go dark, something turned him into the person he is now, but he used to be kind, something made his song go dark and full of heartbreak. It was easier to believe Maltharion could be like that because it's Maltharion. He was always there for me, and he was always kind and protective, and after all the times he came to get me out of the suffocating darkness, if I could do the same for him, I would. At the drop of a pin, and I'd want to, but now, knowing it's my father, the person I've been running from for the past almost 2 years, plus 6 centuries that I still can't remember, it's not right of me to see someone as just a monster, but
you have a hard time putting
like
aside everything that he's did and viewing him as anything but that monster.
I'm so tired of running away from him.
You can stop running.
From my mother.
Stop running then. There's only... See, people talk a lot about this whole, like, you know, fight or flight instinct that people have. Okay? It's not fight or flight. There's a whole rigmarole of things. You got fight, flight, you got freeze, you got fawn, you know, you got, well, a lot of people say lie, but I say fib. There's a whole load of different reactions that you have. Sounds to me like you're, and the thing is, every single one of them, it's a gut reaction. But a gut reaction can become a choice very quickly.
Yeah.
And it sounds to me like your fear is making you always choose flee. Now, it's gonna sound callous and it's gonna sound really, really harsh, Arya, and I don't mean it to be that way, but it is.
I gotta
that way.
stop being afraid and stop running away.
Yeah.
Right.
You just gotta dig your heels in and stop yourself from running.
Yeah, I realized that yesterday. Fighting a lich and then having a chat with the literal embodiment of angelic death puts a lot of perspective on things. It's a rude wake-up call, but I'm done running. I'm done being afraid. I just don't know. How do I reconcile with someone who is part of my abuse and accept that they've been hurt too? But I don't know. I'm also afraid that I don't know what could do that to an Aslan, turn our songs dark like that. And what if it could happen to me? I wanted to ask Asriel, the celestial embodiment of death, last night, but I don't know if maybe I need to grow more before I'm ready to hear the answer to that, or maybe knowing about it would have helped me avoid it more. Maybe it would just walk me into that. How do you get over the fear of becoming your parents?
You don't. The fact is, you're half of them, so that potential's always there. You just have to actively strive to not be them. Like, right, my mom and my dad, They dealt with hags. As far as Fae go, that's like the worst of the worst. They openly worshipped a coven of hags, and they sacrificed countless innocent people, including their friends and loved ones. Or I say loved. Friends and kinfolk. And every day I have to wake up and realise that I carry their name. You know, the Willowwind name.
Just like I carry the Dawnstar name.
Right. But I still choose not to be them. I wake up and I make an active choice. I'm not going to sacrifice my friends in the name of a hag. You have to wake up and say, I'm not going to be scared of him. Bear in mind that, like, you know, being brave isn't about not being scared. You know, you can not be scared if you want to, but, you know, you should always be a bit scared of something. People that are fearless are fucking dumb, by the way, right? Somebody that's fearless is really fucking dumb. I'm telling you that right now. If I'm out in the forest and I come across bear tracks, I'm scared. Too fucking right I am. Have you seen the size of a fucking bear? They're fucking huge.
Even I wouldn't want to cuddle something like that.
The point of the matter is, being brave is about acting even when you're scared. You don't have to not be scared. You just have to choose to not let the fear control you. That's something you can choose. Now, when it comes to forgiving them for what they've done, you don't have to. People will tell you that you should, but you don't have to. Somebody's pain doesn't excuse them causing pain to others. Somebody being an asshole to you doesn't excuse you being an asshole to others. My parents were lied to and they were baited and they were cheated into what they did. Just because it wasn't their fault that they got into it, they still chose to do the things they did. You just have to choose to be better. That's it.
Yeah. I see what you mean about choosing to go for it even if you're afraid. I mean, I was terrified when I ran away after being disowned, but if I hadn't, I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have made all these memories, met all you.
Then channel
made
that.
A new family.
Use that.
Yeah. I'm not Irita Dawnstar anymore, but I'm not just Arya the Bard. I'm Arya Dawnstar. It's time I start choosing what that means to me. Thanks, Khernun. You're a great friend.
I try my best. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about while you're here?
Maybe just one more thing. So I feel a little embarrassed to ask this to Sheila, and also she's a little bit pissed at me because I kind of well, anyways, I'll make it up to her later, but what does it mean when you talk to someone and you really like the way that you feel when you're talking to them, and you want to know them more and you want them to know you more, and it feels like there's a hummingbird fluttering in your chest where your heart should be? Because that's a new feeling for me. A really nice feeling, but I'm not really familiar with it as much.
Usually to me that means I'm enjoying a conversation and I potentially have indigestion.
I don't think it's indigestion. I've had that once before after eating some bad berries on the road. Apparently rations run really fast when you're not careful with them at first.
Arya, you do this thing where you do a whole load of jabbering about a point when you're nervous about it. Were you by any chance talking to someone that you were attracted to?
I mean, he was pretty to look at. His feathered tail was really pretty too, but maybe, I mean, I've never really had these sort of things. I have to double check
here, Arya. You are talking about a person and not an animal, right?
Yes. We danced together. It was Zatali. The Lord of Twilight, or Lord of Lies rather. Son, we danced at the party. He helped us get out, and
and now you're thinking that maybe there's something there. Well,
maybe.
the only...
I mean, don't get me wrong. Sex stuff is still gross to me, but the feelings,
I don't want to hear about your sex life, Arya. I really don't.
I have none. I don't want to talk about
that's
that.
That's absolutely grand. Cool, that's fine. So
very clear point. Okay, so...
The only sex life I care about is my own.
I don't need to hear about that. I don't want to hear about that. I'm just saying feelings I like.
We're just going to go over it.
Yeah, right? Feelings. Yeah, but this isn't the same as when I have affection for a friend.
The thing is, you're saying feelings. You're saying the word feelings. So it sounds to me like you already know what it means. You just want to hear somebody else say it out loud so you can justify feeling it. It's fine. That's perfectly normal.
Friends' feelings, but
that's what I did with Sheila. When I knew how I felt about Sheila, I spoke to Reverie. Kind of got it confirmed there. You know, I knew how I felt. I just had to hear somebody say it out loud to me. That's all it is. You like someone.
Yeah.
You happen to like the son of somebody who tried to butcher and murder every single one of your loved ones. But yeah, you like him.
Yeah. And apparently he's in a completely different plane now, and I have no way of communicating or talking with him again.
Yeah, so long distance really does suck.
I think the only thing worse than saying goodbye to people is not getting the chance to.
Sounds to me like you're a bit infatuated here.
It's just, it was nice talking to someone who sees the world like I do, and who didn't think my words were silly.
I need to bring this up as well, looking at it from a tactical point. You have to be aware that he could have been manipulating you. What if he was in cahoots with his dad?
Maybe. I mean, his dad was the one who sent the invitation to me, the performer, and somehow he knew my birth name too, but...
He's an archfey. They know a whole load of things.
Yeah, but even archfey bullshit has to have some limits.
Not really.
You met a lot of archfey then?
I am the right hand to the king of one of the mortal representations of the courts. I've met a few archfey in the past 6 months.
Right. Oh, also there was a bunch of them at the party too. Yeah. I met a really interesting one.
You're deviating from the subject, are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you like him, you have to tell him.
How? I can't even communicate with him.
You have to find a way.
Working on that. But I'm not...
There's this...
I may be naive, but I'm not stupid. I know that he could have been manipulating me, but it's just a gut instinct.
There's this summer Eladrin bard, right? Started reading his books. And in one of them he says, "The path to true love never did run smooth."
I think I'm familiar with him. I think I've got a book of his poems.
Well, if that's true, then, to put it in a better way, nothing worth having is going to come without a fight. So if you want to, you're going to have to find a way to get in contact with him. That's just the bare bones reality of it, Arya. Sometimes you stumble right into the one you're supposed to spend your life with. Sometimes you got to hunt them down a little bit. That's it. Pure and simple.
Well, if I'm already hunting for sweet potatoes, I might as well hunt for a way to communicate across the plains. Thanks, Khernun.
You're welcome. Listen, just remember to live life a little bit as well, right? You do a lot of thinking and a lot of talking. Try living a little as well. Right, now go on. I'm going to try and get a nap before I have to get put into a wagon and patrolled back to Spring.
You do realise we're not going to let you go off without a fight, right? We're not going to let you get executed or anything like that.
The king's already gave his word that I won't be executed. He says at the very least it'll be exile.
It's not so bad. But I'll leave you to it. And thanks also for that advice about being more selfish. I think I'm going to start acting on it more too. The banquet of life
You
awaits.
should have been acting on it already, but you should start.
Well, I
acting on it.
started to, but then it got us a little bit of a jam. So, but now that I don't have a primary maniac brother chasing after me anymore, the banquet of life awaits.
Have
Just gonna
fun.
bend down and kind of try and give him a quick hug through the
You-
bars before heading out.
There's no bars.
And something
There's
invisible.
no bars. A tent
Oh.
he's chained in, but he puts the chains
Oh,
over
he's
and
chained,
gives you a
right.
hug back, and you make your way back to the palace.
Yep, invisible, of course, until like I'm far enough away, and then I'll start heading out to meet everyone for the celebrations.
Okay. So at this point, everybody can kind of start congregating, except Reverie, into the Great Hall. And we're going to end with Logon coming out to make his official speech commencing the event. But I'm going to give the speech at the beginning of next session. And then we're going to go right into that. So we're going to wrap our session today there, folks. Thank you very much for everybody coming to see us today. If you like what you've seen here today, please go and check out all of our social medias at World Tree Quests. Fucking everywhere, alright? After our conversation today, keep your eyes on our Instagram and our TikTok, because clips and vids and all those wonderful fucking things are going to be coming very soon. Because some absolute godsend of a fucking angel is doing all this work for absolutely nothing and asking absolutely nothing for it in return. And, well, it's great when you have people that do that. And, you know, if they were ever to, you know, reveal themselves, I would just like to be said, thank you very much. And World Tree Quests is very grateful for all of your hard work.
I wonder who it is.
I wonder, stroke chin, raise eyebrow, waggle fingers. But yes, we are going to have clips coming very soon. So keep your eyes peeled for those. Also, don't forget to come and join us on Sunday, 5:30 p.m. CST, for the first session of Welcome to the Academy. We announced our cast list. It's an amazing cast. 2 of our lovely players from the Pirates campaign, Just Dan and Charlie 182.0. Then we've also got a lovely player. If you guys watched me in Tales of Novum's Infection and Legacy, you'll have recognised my in one of the games, my adopted sister. Gina Donahue is also going to be involved. We've also got Changeling Rogue, and we've got I Choose No from TikTok. Fantastic group of people, a bunch of whom I've been looking forward to playing with for a while, so it's going to be great. 30 sessions of basically just making fun of all the plot holes in J.K. Rowling's books. That's it. Also, on top of that,
so
we are going to have a PayPal link that will go to the World Tree Quest PayPal. The reason I'm doing it like this is because whenever we gain any funds for a donation, we split them in half and we send them to the 2 organisations. It's difficult to do that when you have to set up like a link that leads to a third party thing that splits. So there is going to be a link that is going to go to a PayPal. You can donate to that. All proceeds from World Tree Quest's production of Welcome to the Academy are going to be split. Half of them going to the Critical Role Foundation and half of them going to the Trevor Project. If you don't know what the Trevor Project is, it's a fantastic organisation that works solely with transgender youth and gets them the kind of help and mental health, medical aid, legal aid and all that kind of jazz. Everything that they could ever need to help them become who they feel like they are. And also, what better way to make fun of a TERF than to use what they built their intellectual domain on and use it to raise money for transgender people. Fuck you, J.K. Rowling. So yeah, that's what Welcome to the Academy is going to be about. Come along and see it. I'm going to say one thing to right now. We are going to egregiously make fun of the plot holes. like fucking horrifically make fun of them. So come along and check that out, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun, on top of the fact of the stories, just if I say so myself, it's amazing. If you want to see the stuff that I do, come and see me on Son of Asgard. I'm going to start posting soon. I bought new swords. If you see any of my other social medias, no you didn't, my mother's an Irish Catholic, she will kill me in some kind of potato-based murder-suicide looking thing. I'm going to pass on over to our favourite AI, Harry. Anything for you, Harry, at all?
Nah, I'm good. I'm just out here challenging the world's best so I can get beaten publicly in an arena in the centre of town. Psych, just kidding. You're gonna get whopped.
You go, what? Just in the background, like when they're having a fight and Khernun's getting led away in that, like those old school wagons with the cages round them, as you're beating, and he's just like, what? Spring represent. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Harry, for everything that you do in these sessions. It's wonderful. Going on to Liz, anything that you would like to plug at all? Turn my volume down.
Hello. If you want to see my face, this is really the only show where you can see my face. If you want to check out my social medias, I am Patron of Chaos on all social medias. And if you want to hear my voice doing a lovely southern accent, I'm hoping Bran has muted, so you can't hear.
He turned his volume down.
Wonderful. If you want to hear me doing a lovely southern accent, you can check me out as Miss Kazia Devereaux on Dicey Tables Podcast, a podcast where we play your favorite TTRPGs wrong. Every new season is a new DM, and a new game, and a new story. We have a lovely cast and crew, and it's a fantastic show. So feel free to check us out there. Other than that, yeah, I'm just here, harem starter, clip taker, egret spy.
Thank you very much for that, Liz. And everybody, please do be sure to go and follow them and all the wonderful things that they do. Moving on last and most certainly not least to Khadija. Anything you would like to plug at all?
Hello, if you want to see me play more D&D, you can't, I'm exclusively here. However, if you want to see me on other social media platforms, you can find me at Khadij Al-Kubra on most everywhere, particularly Twitter, Instagram, Archive of Our Own if that's a jam, but mostly on TikTok, where I am best known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. If you want wholesome tavern core cosplay kind of vibes, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat, I'm the gal you go to, and I'm finally starting to post videos again. So, yeah.
Woo!
Definitely go and check out all those wonderful things. And I'd also like to point out to go and follow everybody's favourite courtier extraordinaire. Go and visit Ash at Ash Howard Music for all of their wonderful things on TikTok. Fantastic voice. If you want to hear some really amazing singing, please just go to the TikTok.
Yeah, she's
just listen. It's
great
phenomenal.
singing tone.
If you find the video of them singing Beauty and the Beast, oh god, it cuts my heartstrings every single time.
Oh, so good.
But yeah, if that's it from all of my players, then that's it from me, and that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch. With me today, we've had everybody's favourite AI, Just Harry. We have had Patron of Chaos. We've had Khadij Al-Kubra, and we've had Ash Howard Music. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. It's okay to spy on the monarchy, even if they say it's not. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.